Hello and happy Sunday. How we doing? How is everyone's weekend? You're hearing voices? You should probably go to a doctor. Just my professional opinion. But you know, that's up to you. You do you, boo-boo. Hello everyone. Hi. Excited for the day off. Nice. Fabulous start of the week. Let's go. Let's go. But welcome in. Good to see you, friends. What's up, Shuby? Daffodil. Hello. Spooky. Brittany. HM. Chris. Anime. What's up? Cozy. Hi, friend. Ryder. Hello. What's up, Splat? Long time no see. I know. Crazy. It's like you've almost seen me like every day for the past like 5 or 6 days. What can I say? I can't, you know, I can't leave. I got to stay here. Oh, hey, how are you? Trying to figure out what to have for lunch. Mac and cheese. I got you, Crow. I got you, homie. Done and done. Easy peasy. That's what my daughter had. Hey, what's up, Knox? Silver, hello. Day 5, I know. You know, you're right. I know. You had scrambled eggs? Nice. Made the kiddos eggs this morning. Making it for dinner. Let's go. Dude, my arm is still like jacked up. I don't know what is going on. It's just that constant feeling of like I slept on it weird. I don't know what the hell's going on. Phoenix and I are getting, Korean barbecue. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. I want. Give. Oh, winterizing a pool. Well, that sounds fun. That sounds good. Hi, Tika. Hello. Homemade chiller for dinner. Sheesh. I got to figure out what our dinner plans are. I haven't decided yet. Still solo parenting until tomorrow evening. So we'll have to see what the kiddos want. Yeah. It snowed last night. What? Where do you live? Go to Wendy's at the Krabby Patty. Dude, it's so disappointing. Northern Utah. Oh my God. No, the Krabby, it's so disappointing. It's a Dave single with like Thousand Island dressing. There's no cool packaging. You don't get anything cool with it. It's lame. It's awful. Awful marketing. I mean, sorry. They did a great job at marketing it. Awful delivery. Yeah, the delivery sucked. Yeah, that was bad. Hey, Silent, how are you? More like a crappy patty. Yeah, that's true. It's been a while since we've had it. I got you, Mayor. I got you. I can't believe it snowed where you are, Break. That's crazy. And the Frosty is just pineapple syrup. Yeah, that just sits at the bottom of the Frosty. So it's a vanilla Frosty with like pineapple syrup sitting on the bottom. Yep. How's the Frosty? Lame. Yeah, it was all lame. Viewer games. No. Let's see. What are we talking about? Somebody suggested I take the kiddos to Wendy's for dinner to get the Krabby Patty. And I'm like, it wasn't great. Yeah. But yeah. Today's agenda is a classic comfy cozy day. So we're going to do a little bit of everything. I thought about finishing off the Ranger badge today, but I think I'm going to wait. I think my plan is to grind a bit on Sunny Meadows. I don't know if I'm going to do that today. I will definitely do it at some point, and then get both badges on the same day during stream. So finish the Ranger badge and then finish the Sunny Meadows badge on the same day. So I just have to figure out when I'm going to play a shite ton of Sunny Meadows. Yeah. That's your second favorite badge? I'll have to take a look. Oh, another thing I noticed too, which I'm sure the people that have the Sunny Meadows one can probably attest to, is that you can't even see your name on the badge, because when you make the Sunny Meadows one your badge, your color doesn't change. So your name blends into the background rather than the name being like black or red. It's white on white. Right. So I don't know. I imagine that they have already known about this. They made it, but I'll say something and just get a little like thumbs up that says we know. It's like cool. Meta works on, yeah, it does work on restricted. Yes. It doesn't say it on the chart, the little like poster guy, but it does absolutely work. All right, we're gonna go ahead and open Phasmos. We're gonna go ahead and open it. We talking about spicy nugs? So they'll be nameless? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in a manner of speaking. Does it work on a 0.0 modifier? Absolutely. Haunted Mansion? Hell yeah. It doesn't matter what you play it on. You can play any of these on any difficulty unless it specifies otherwise, and these don't. The badges don't. The event does not. You could do the event on a 0.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
You could do the event on 0.0 modifier and still get blood points. It doesn't matter. Better grind before the fixes. We'll see. What are we at now? I wish we didn't spawn so close. Yeah, I kind of wish that we spawned away from it too. Yeah, that would be definitely on my list of changes. We are at 52%. I don't remember what the day started with. What was it yesterday when we ended? I mean, when we ended, it was a bit later. It was probably like midnight-ish. It was 41%, 40. So it's gone up 12% in about 12 hours. Yeah, like I said, they're aiming. I think their personal goal is to have it go up 20% every day. However it is, they need to change it on the back end to make that happen. I think that's what's going on. That's my guess. Yeah. Bunny, thank you for the 6 months. Hello. Welcome back, friend. So here we are. For anybody that's asking or that's curious about where it stands, we are at 52% on stage 2. This, honestly, I guess I don't care as much about it anymore because I know that the numbers are just going to be shifted to make us get it. So it's like, but what if everyone has that mentality? Then no one's going to play. Then they're going to shift it to make sure that we still get it. That's just my personal opinion. Yeah. They want us to get it anyway. Right. We've said this every day, but they didn't do all this to make this disappear because we don't reach this stage at 100%. Not going to happen. No shot in hell. No shot. Abracadabra, hello. How are you? Muddy, thank you for the 11 months. Sort of lame. I agree. It took the hype out of it, knowing like, oh, we're just going to give you a participation trophy. Like, the whole point of doing the maps and working your way through them is this achievement that you feel for yourself that you were able to go through and work hard to get these things done. But when you're just being given the stuff, I don't know. Yeah. Hi, Ray. Yeah. But that's just me. Yeah, the hype of the event has kind of died down on me. Yeah, super cool. I love the decorations that they did with the maps. I love the idea of having a weather type that changes the game a bit. That's cool. But the hype dies down when there's only so much you can do with it. Yeah. Can't smell your sweat on the trail. Exactly. I want to smell it. I might grind Woodwind. It's easier map for me than Point. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though you have... So this is what we were talking about. So this one we've had, which before the update, we had no idea. You had no clue as a player what your progress was. You were guessing, but now you can see it, which this was a great addition. I like this a lot. This event board, the idea of being able to put things up here, like put the weeklies up here. Like when the weekly's coming up, put a little thing up here for the weekly. I don't know if that's an idea that they have, but I why not? It's an event. I don't know. I think they should. Why not? I get it. It might be a little bit crowded. Make these fucking things smaller or something. I don't know. But these badges up here are the ones where you play the map 50 times, getting the ghost correct 50 times, and you get a special badge. So you don't have to like get to a certain prestige or anything like that. You just play the map that many times, get the ghost correct that many times, you get the badge. So Lighthouse we've had, Ranger we're at 40 of 50, and then Sunny, I have not done any since the update. So we might do some Sunny today. Maybe not a shit ton, but you know, some. Yeah. I wish they did both community and individual badges. I agree. I think there should have been at least one singular incentive that was individual, that was for the player, not for a group, to incentivize people to want to play more. If you get this many blood points, you unlock whatever that is. And then you can see how many blood points you have. And then personally, in your head, you're like, oh man, I have 500 blood points. I'd love to get 1,000. I don't know. Maybe we're the crazy ones here. I don't know. Plowing a field and farming simulator right now. Good talk. I put it on friendly so I don't die. There you go. Yeah, whatever works, man. Whatever works. But yeah, here we are. I'm not going to start with Sunny Meadows. We might start with another map to do a nice little cozy warm up, and then I'll probably play some Sunny today. Yep. I guess I don't need that carrot on a stick. I don't know, man. Carrot on a stick's a good thing to have. Give tips on how to find the ghost faster on PlayStation. I've never played on PlayStation, so it's really difficult for me to give you very specific advice for that console. Yeah. Point Hope. No, not right now. Especially since I play on friendly. Wait, what? Hi, Shauna. This is my crucifix at the top floor of Edgefield. The room in the extreme right, the crucifix slid towards the room opposite. Oh, I've had that happen. I've had that happen to some different things. The book sliding across the floor, stuff just floating. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, some of those bugs make it super fun, in my opinion. We could start with we could do a little bit of everything today. So I think we're going to start with a blood moon, go from there, and do some Sunny Meadows. Maybe play a couple Camp Woodwinds, you know, all the stuff and the things. I think we do a little bit of everything. Little bit of everything. We used to discover the fast content. Now I'm hoping to catch some of the streams. Welcome in, weirdo. Point Hope. That's a map. Yeah, that's a map. I'm proud of you. You're doing so good. You're doing so good. Currently doing Willow and trying to get rid of my bad luck of dying a lot. Well, may the odds be ever in your favor. Woodwind and Maple, yes. Woodwind and Maple are the ones that go with this guy. Yes. Now this one, this one, you can do Sunny Meadows regular or restricted. It just doesn't specify restricted. Restricted works though. So we might do restricted just to see how it goes. I could do full. I mean, we can do both. Like I said, we can do a little bit of our thing. I do have tier 3 lanterns though. So I think I might be stupid and try an APOC 3 on one of the blood moons today. I'll probably die instantly, but you know what though? Why not? We'll just give it a try. I've been waiting for the lanterns to do it, so I have a little bit better a sight. A little better, so I think we might try it today. You've never seen someone? I'm not the first person you want to watch, Juju. Dave. Nuka Dave is our resident APOC pro. He's the one you want to see. Why didn't I see that? Or why didn't I hear it? Oni! Thank you for the dono. Why didn't I hear any sound? Oh no. OBS, don't do this to me. OBS, please. Oh, there he is. Mayor. Ignore the first Nuka. We don't know who that is. I hate the sound. Well, that's not very kind. Give it back. You didn't have any audio either? You didn't hear it? Were the other alerts playing? The other played, right? I assume. Hi, Grammy. Hear the shackling. Oh, the chains. Yeah, the chains are playing. Last one was the prime one. Okay, but you did hear it though. I heard that too. Why didn't that one play? Frackin' weird. I heard it. God damn it. Bro went live on... Is that what bro did? Yeah, bro might have. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Oh, my goodness. Hey, what's up, Bear? Drabbit, hello. Looks like a tired dad. Well, you know, if I'm dealing with that, then I will forever be a tired dad. Son of a... All right, go there. Yo! Thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, I don't know why the dono sound wasn't working, but all the other sounds seem to be working just fine. That's so weird. That is so freaking weird. I don't know. I got nothing, man. We just work here. Crazy pain in my stomach after Taco Bell. God damn it. What the? Don't contribute, Grem. Don't feed their need. Want to see a magic trick? Why'd you say that like the Joker? You're gonna hit me with like a pencil. Croster, how are you, my friend? You heard the sound? I wonder why I didn't hear it. That's so super stinking weird. Oh, hi, Miss Ayushi. Hello. Hi. Yes, come in and enjoy the laughter. Yes, please. Yes, please. Damn, no faith. Listen, chat gets spicy every now and then, okay? Okay? And when your name is now officially Art of Show... What time is it for me? It is 1:33 p.m. Hey, Ocean, how are you? What's up, Mel? Oh, my goodness. Oh, I heard that. Maybe the sounds were too loud earlier or something like that. I heard it. Cozy. Think about the dono, friendo. I know. I regret changing my name. Well, that's what you're known for now for everybody is Art of the Show. Oh, my goodness. Clocks. Yes, the clocks did change. Yes. Yeah. Hey, Fex, what's up, dude? All right, we're going to do a Nightmare on a Blood Moon to start the day. And then we're also going to do some Sunny Meadows regular and restricted. We're at some point going to do an APOC 3 on a Blood Moon. And I'll probably do a couple Ranger maps, aka Woodwind or Maple, because we're getting really close to this badge. I don't want to get this yet. I want to wait until I get this one really close as well, so I can get them both at the same time. But the Blood Moon is currently at 52% for anybody that is curious. The Blood Moon event, stage 2 is at 52%. So let's go help the cause and hopefully not die. Hopefully not die. Hey, what's up, Isaac? I'm good. How are you? Hey, Murphy. How are you? How's it going? Hey, how are ya? Thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate you. Oski, Gray. All right. Leslie, we need to escape. We need to get a photo and incense. So this is Blood Moon, which means that your sanity does drain quite quickly. So we want to be careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Mommy Hen, thank you for the lurk. Oh, dang it. Not what I wanted. Not ideal. Okay, those are open. I hear a totem upstairs. I hear a totem in the living room. I think I heard Ghosty throw something. Where's that? Hi. I'm gonna sneak on by here. I'm just gonna shimmy on by. Don't mind me. Ugh. Ugh. We're gonna get both of these. I don't know what my sanity is because we're playing on Nightmare. Good. Off to work. I'll lurk when I get there. No, I appreciate you, Tika. Thank you, homie. Raising the roof. What up, dude? All right. We are going to get this, and this upstairs. Yeah. What do I mean? I hear totem. This is totem. It make noise. I hear it. I hear totem. question is, where's the ghost? Well, Lottie, Uncle Tom, duh. Yo, my Lanta, that's loud. Man, I put my headphones up so goddamn loud. It's a big mistake, but I do it anyway. Oh no, are you hallway? Oh, gross. Oh, well, you're not a mayor. Thank you. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? What are you doing in here? All right. I'm pretty sure that this is a hallway ghost. So what we're going to do is we are going to set up shop into hallway, but I'm going to go get a UV because it flippery-doo-dah the switch. What do totems do? Literally nothing other than give you blood points by taking photos of them. Yeah. Hallway ghosts are icky. They're especially icky on this map. Especially on this map. We'll drop you, get you for it. Yeah. Hey, Venom, how are you? I hear you over there. The cold temps are the hallway, unless it's stalking us. Okay, let's check the switch real fast. I don't see anything. It's still throwing stuff in here. I don't... I'm not 100% sold right now that it is actually here. We'll just put it there. No, it's colder here. Oh, found you. 7 degrees. Finally. Hello. Knocked on the window. Those. Here, take one of these, one of those, with the side of one of those. Rhonda. Frickin' Rhonda. All right, we don't see any UV, so now we're gonna put the crucifix in here, drop this guy there, drop that guy there. Ember! Thank you for the subs. What up, dude? But it's a wild guess. Well, do I have any evidence as of right now? I don't think I do. What are some inside tips to help find the ghost room? Getting the power on and then checking for temps, listening. When you hear a sound, go look with the EMF. As in, like when I say go look with the EMF, I mean go near with the EMF. It will give you an idea that you were near the ghost. Yeah. Temps are usually a good sign for people. Using the cursed objects is always another good sign. Yeah. Amber, thank you, dude. Thank you for the follow. Taylor, coffee, hello. Hybrid, hello. Tips for no evidence. I just came back from a long break. My advice, if you're doing no evidence runs, would be to try to play it like it's Guess Who. Eliminate as many as you can at once. So a hunt can really help you eliminate a lot of ghosts. If you know that the ghost is faster than normal, you can get rid of all of your normal speed ghosts when they're hunting, like Spirit, Wraith, Phantom, Polty. Like you can eliminate a lot. But then from there, start to eliminate other things. You can watch the ghost hunt, and its blinks will tell you if it is a Phantom or an Oni. Oni is way more visible. Phantom is way less visible. You could smudge and test for the hunt time after. So you could, as soon as you use incense on the ghost, after 60 seconds after that, the demon can hunt. After 3 minutes, the spirit can. So you could eliminate those. Process of elimination to try and say, well, this ghost can't do this, so it can't be that ghost. This ghost can't do that, so it can't be that ghost. I put salt down. It walked in the salt. I know it's not a wraith. You know? It turned on the power. Hantu can't do that. It turned off the power. Jinn can't do that. Doing that for everyone, as long as you have one thing that you can do for each of the ghosts, it will make doing no evidence runs that much easier. Shade. Well, how the hell do I test for a shade? There's ways of testing for a shade. What you do is you go into the house. We'll do this on the blood moon real quick. I might die just because I'm trying to make it just an example. But if you want to test for a shade, let's say that the ghost is over here, right? Let's say this is the ghost room, right? What you do, turn on the light here. You turn on the light over here. Now, what the ghost cannot do is it can't roam into the hallway and then reach through the wall and throw something and deceive you. Shades will not throw objects in the room with you in the room. So if I'm sitting in here with a shade, it doesn't matter if the light's on or off. The shade will not throw objects with me in this room. Now, what could a shade do? If this light was off and there's an object here, it could go into the dark room here and throw it through the wall. So I turn on the lights in the surrounding rooms. I sit in here with the ghost. It's not throwing jack. Then all of a sudden, when I leave the room, it's now able to blow out lanterns, throw objects, all that. Wall hacks, correct. But yeah, there's lots of different ways of testing for each of them. Some of them you can't really test for. Like a Goryo, you can't test for. It just can't change its favorite room. But technically, a Banshee really can't change its favorite room either. So Banshee, you just test for stalking on the same floor. Yeah. That's a lot of information at once. I know, I'm sorry. But like, yeah. Oh, I hope that was helpful. Hopefully. Hey, Tyler. What's up, dude? Tanya, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Try not to corner yourself. Well, just always having incense nearby is it's never a bad thing. Shades also have ungodly low hunt sanity. Correct. Yeah, if you can see your sanity board, if you have this available to you and you get hunted at 50%, you know it's not a Dio. You know that it's not a shade. You know that it's more than likely not an early hunter, but it could be one of the early ones. They're just being a butthole. You never, it's hard to tell. I've had demons that have waited until my sanity was tanked and then decided to hunt because they suck. Yeah. Just in case, we're gonna do this so we don't die. No mare. Oh yeah. Let me reset. So the light, the ghost turned on a light, and that means it can't be a mare. Literally can't be. Write it all down. It's, for me, when I'm learning, it's about practice, like putting things to practice, being able to use information. If someone's just listing off a bunch of stuff, it's a little difficult for me. Okay. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? That was probably with me in the room. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Yilmaz, yes. Where are you? Where are you? Chat, don't be fooled, chat. Don't, no, pay attention. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Coaster, you troll. Absolute troll. Okay, let's check the temps real fast. Make sure it's... Oh, freezies. So if you're using a digital thermometer, if it is 0.9 degrees or lower, you are going to have a freezing ghost. Get off the bed, you heathen! Damn. Kids these days. Jesus Christ. No more monkeys. All right, what do we know now? Well, we know that it's not a Moroi. Why do we know that? Because we're playing on Nightmare, and you have ghosts that are going to give you forced evidence no matter what. So, the Moroi has forced spirit box, meaning no matter what, as long as you can get evidence, the Moroi will give you spirit box. Let's say that you're playing on Insanity and you only get one piece of evidence. That is the evidence you would get for the Moroi. So because I have writing and freezing, we know that we can't get this. I can cancel that ghost. So that means it's a demon, Revi, or shade. So what are the characteristics of a demon or revenant or a shade? Demons, aggressive, hunt you really early. Has not tried to hunt us yet. Probably not a demon, but it could be a crappy one. Revenant, the only way to really tell about a revenant is when it's hunting and then it tries to mow us down. And then shade. So we could do our little shade test and see if that works. Yeah, the hunt speed with the Revi, it's slower, and then when it sees you or senses you, it comes flooring it directly to you. Demon on the first day. I mean, it could be a new one. I could try to get a photo too. First day demon. Can't be a shade and wrote in the book with you, but what if it reached through the wall to write in the book? What if it actually was out here in the hallway and then wrote in that book from here? That's why I say to always be careful. Probably not a shade. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. A little spicy. Maybe not a shade. So now, because we're within hunting range, we might as well just let the ghost hunt. Feetsy's on fire? A little bit. A little bit. Learned a lot. Sherry, I appreciate you. I'm going to get triple smudge here, just in case Ghosty, for some stupid reason, comes over to our spot. All right. We're going to say, F these shoes. Uh-huh. Ooh, burn. Burn. I hear that totem up there. F them shoes? F them shoes. Oh! Turn that light back on. There's a bug in the game that has been in the game for a very long time, and they have not fixed it, and I don't know if they're going to. When the ghost eats the crucifix and all the lights go off, that's not supposed to happen. Was that the other cruci? What days are you? Oh, when am I live? I'm live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:30, and then Sundays at 1. As for like when I start the live, it might be some minute, like a few minutes after or whatever, but around that time, and that's Eastern time. I have not played on console. No. No. Ghost is super spicy. Agreed upon, man. That's your work schedule. Well, that's my work schedule. Having fun with the Blood Moon event. It's been really cool. It's been super cool to see all the maps and everything. I think I'm reaching my end point of like checking out all the stuff, because now at this point we've kind of lived it all. Easy ways to level up. I mean, the way to level up is to eat the other one. The ways to level up are to make your multiplier higher in a custom difficulty. So easy to level up. I don't know if I would say easy, but faster. What badge are you grinding for? None of them right now. Eventually the Sunny Meadows one and the Ranger one. Yeah. Can I explain the shop and the equipment manager? Dude, I don't know if I have enough time to do that. It's a bit on the wacky side. Does it do the shadow event on the bed with you in the room, make it still able to be a shade? Shouldn't be. It's hunting. What? It is? Hey, they told me you're hunting. Is this true? All right, I have a timer going, so we'll see if it works. Thoughts on console players joining PC players? I think it's great. I think it's awesome. The amount of exposure the game is going to get now that it's on console rather than only on PC and Steam, it's only a good thing. The only bad part about it is that now when they do updates, that it's going to take a little bit longer. Does it work on all the ghosts? Yes. Yeah, you can stun every ghost with one of these guys. That's why we need more than one incense to be safe. That's correct. Because for some reason they return there. It's locked at 50. Oh, the custom is locked at 50. Correct. Yeah, you're going to have to play professional, nightmare, things like that to level up to get to that point. Yep. Hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Is that a Tash? Hi, Tash. How are the ghosties? Well, this is the first one of the day. It's okay. It's okay. King, how are you? Thank you for all the follows, guys. Appreciate yous. All right. I'm sorry, but 60 seconds is up, by the way. Have I played it in VR? I have. It's been a while. I've been waiting for it to be a little better optimized. Because for me, it was, I don't know, it was kind of all over the place. Vin, never. Don't you do it, god damn it, I knew she was coming back here. Son of a bitch. All right. Oh, there's all of our smudges. And they're gone. You think it's a demon? I'm not convinced. Ma'am! You used a gummy on yourself. If it is a demon, it's going to hunt me in the next 10 seconds. We do have a hiding spot. I'm not like just stuck in the middle of nowhere. If it's a demon, it should hunt me right now. I don't think it's a demon. I think this is a shade. I think it's a shade. Hunting? Dude, that was kind of on point 90. Gamer kid, hello. Why shade, not a demon? There's a few things. One, demons can hunt you after 60 seconds of you using incense within range. Shades have to wait 90. Each hunt has been past 90. It did write in the book. It wrote in the book when I was in the room. However, I think it reached from the hallway. That's my assumption. So I think we have a shade that's a jerk face. Have you asked it nicely? No, but I could pull the cards and try to get an event for a ghost photo. Demons can hunt at any sanity. Correct. They can hunt at any sanity using their ability, but if they're not using their ability, then they still have a hunting threshold. Yeah. High road. All right. Well, this is going to be spicy. Yeah, there's cards. F it. We're going to use them. Died from a demon 3 times in a row. There's a trophy on the PS to get off. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's probably the same achievements that are on Steam. If I had to guess. Dunzo? All right. Okay, I do have a camera on me, just in case. Trippy, welcome in. How are you? Yeting! Edward! What up, guys? Manifesting no hanged man. You don't have to. I haven't had hanged man in probably over 20 or 30 full decks of cards. It's been so long. She sounds sad. She's pissed we left her. Come back. I'm due. Finish. I did not speak it into existence. Nico, thank you for the freaking tier 1. Hello. All right. Here we go. Nothing. Tower card useless. Oh, your face. I hate it. Back to 25. And I lost it. Yeah, it's hunting. All right. Gosh darn it. Silent, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. Mean. You have yet to get a hanged man. Yeah, man. They're very few and far between these days. I just don't get them very often anymore. No idea what we're doing yet. Dude, hold on to that feeling. Feeling lost and hopeless and the ghost keeps, I don't know, man. It's just instills a bit of fear in you that just makes it fun. Oh, you suck. Oh, I like you. You're nice. Hi. Yay, we got it. Love you. What happens when you pull a card while hunting? It's an automatic full card. It turns into a nothing. So, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, no, that didn't count. Yikes. I need 2 photos and the bone. Oh, man, I feel like we should get it. Dean, what's up, homie? I've been good. How have you been? I feel like we got to do it. Salt photos. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the downstairs salt photos. Oh, yeah. That's right. All right. I don't know where the bone is. I have no more smudges. Yeah. We're gonna have to go for it, man. Oh, it never walked in these because of how I placed them. Well, that sucks. Okay. New idea. Give me these. Could take Sandy. Yeah, I could. Or there's a totem right above us. That's one photo. How can you tell an event or a hunt from the start? I can hear the front door shut even though the ghost is upstairs. Yeah. Vincent, welcome. What's up, demon? You have also to get, I mean, you could, if you have the ability to do custom, you could set your custom cursed object to be the cards and just pull over and over and over again to get that card. Supernatural, thank you for the prime. Upstairs, yeah? Hey, Sibo. All right. Gotta be a little fast about this. That probably a little late on that. We'll come back. We'll come back. Careful, SpongeBob. What the hell was that? Hey, Vid. What did I just hear? I don't know what that was. It sounded like a ghost fart from 50 miles away. Hey, Cher, how are you? Welcome. What's up, Rob? Twins. No. Long distance fat? Yeah. Think she's done? Okay, she's done. have a problem. I don't know where the bone is. We have an issue. All right. We'll have to do this in quick spurts. Okay. We'll have to do this in quick spurts. So spicy. If it was in here, that would have been gold. Basement bone? I sure hope so. She tried to open my locker, man. There we go. Now we can see when the lights go out and we know when it's done. Just a little bit faster way to get to checking. Holy moly. You can grab the door back from the ghost. If it touches, if I'm like this and the ghost touches the locker and it goes like this, I can grab it. I can grab it and pull it shut. Yes. Usually what I do is I hold the locker door shut. So that way I don't have to worry about it. But it ripped it out of my hands. You think it's by the plant? I don't think that's it. No, that's caulk. Yeah. Close, but no cigar. Thought the ghost could tell if you were holding the door. Not from what I've been able to tell. Like, when you're like this, as long as the ghost doesn't know that you're there. Right? Iced tea. Quick. Broken. Sabosh, thank you guys for all the follows, man. Welcome in. I think she does know. If she did know, wouldn't she have got me by now? I don't know. Seems like fake news. All right, it's done. Let's go peek in the basement. Come on, man. Come on, man. Fuck. It's not here. Son of a bitch. Oh, boy. All right. Was that a 20? No. No. It was 30. Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, Mr. Song. What's up, Dawn? Done? No. Aw. Thank you for the dono, friend. Frickin' amaze balls. Thank you. All right, we gotta risk it. We've gotta risk it. I need to be up here. I have to be here. Isn't this too much to risk? No, we need it. Why is it hunting? Because my sanity is trashed. Go to the ghost room first. Are you effing kidding me? Up. Make sure. Now, if it's not a shade, I don't know what to do. This is where we were. If this is a demon that has waited past 90 seconds for every smudge and has gone past 25 seconds for every single hunt. Every hunt. Man, I kind of want to make it hunt once or twice more just to make sure. All of the hunts have been 30 plus. I think so. Yeah. Hi, Shade. Visible ghost event. No, it was actually, we had a shadow event. But, I mean, the Shade will prefer the shadow event more than any other, but that doesn't mean that the demon won't do the same. Yeah. Loop the ghost. Oh, yeah. That'll tell me the difference between a demon and a Shade. Alien cat. What is wrong with you? Just for a demon? Listen, man, it happens. It happens. Alien, how are you? Plot twist. It somehow is a mimic that gave us writing. That bastard. No, we're doing it again. If it's a demon, we have to call the devs. Courtney, hello. Cursed object. It was the cards. Which one's my autograph? Did you already finish? Oh, we might not have finished them, but they're not going to be useful now. All right, that's not an accurate test because we don't know exactly when it stops hunting. Yeah. Jagged, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Make sure that's off. There we go. Which are far away. Oh, it's just, I mean, you know, people trying to guess what they think it is. It's okay. Past 25 again? All right. We'll do one more. We'll do one more after this one. We're just being certain. So spicy. HTW, Allie, Beardy. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome. Welcome. The light will go out when it's done hunting because of the bug. No, wait, is that part of the bug? No, I think the crucifix is. I think the light's going out after a hunt is not a bug. No, that's supposed to happen. So the hunt stopped. Timer starts. I'm going to go open the front door so we can hear exactly when it starts. Now, when the hunt begins, we will actually hear the door shut. What crucifix bug? There's a bug that's been in the game for a really long time where when the ghost eats a crucifix, all the lights in the house go out. It's not supposed to happen. Yeah, it's been in the game that long. It's past 25. It's past 25. Yeah, that's a bug. That's not supposed to happen. But because it's not like game breaking, it's kind of been left in there. She started at the front door. It's now a feature. Yeah. No, the lights are not supposed to go out after a burnt crucifix, but they do. So just use it to your advantage right now. No clipping speed? No, I have not. All right, we have to go shade. While we can, yeah, use it. Use it to your advantage. There we go. The advantage to having that happen is if you're far away in a large map and the lights go out near you and you're able to flip the light switch back on, that means that the breaker didn't trip. It means the lights were turned off probably because of the crucifix getting eaten. So then you know you're within hunting. So, I mean, you can use that to understand a little bit better about what your sanity is depending on what the ghost is. So what's the point of flicking the lights? So you know if the ghost is hunting or not. If the ghost is hunting, you can't flip the lights. If it is, I mean, if the ghost is hunting, you can't flip it. When the ghost is not hunting, you can flick the lights. Yep. Well, if this is a demon, we're going to be upsetty spaghetti. What's wrong with those monitors? Ah, the little tooth kid came in here and kicked them. Look at this little bastard.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Demons are broke. Demons are 100% broke. I should have went with demon just for the memes. Every hunt was past 90 seconds. Every single hunt that we smudged past 90. Every hunt without an incense past 25. Demons are absolutely chalked. All that work for 456. I mean, for the sake of the troll of the hunt, I'm okay with it. It's fine. Forgot the first event when you were at approximately 70. Yeah, but you're trying to guess how much sanity I was on a blood moon map, and also saying that the ghost can't event on you if it's a shade, like at whatever point. A shade could have done that. Absolutely, a shade can event on you that early. What would we have said if that wasn't it? Like, what would make that a demon and not a shade? The writing book and the event that was near us. But I wasn't sold on it because I thought that the shade was being a butthole. No, it was the demon being a butthole. The demon was being a jerkhole. Bastard. What a bastard. Yeah, and then freaking ads play. I'll wait. Well, the ads are almost done. I'll have another minute, and then we'll wait. Had the opposite earlier. A very active shade. I don't know, man. I'm gonna say something just to see if they react to it. Because others might be having the same thing that we're having. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Tater. Oh, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a demon. I based off of the testing, it said shade, but based off of the troll, I should have said demon. Was that a throne thing? Wait, what? Was there a throne thing? Are demons broke, or am I just crazy? Triton, hello. Any advice on how not to get scared in Phas? You need to desensitize yourself a little bit. You need to go into the map and let the ghost hunt you. Yep. New clip? No. No. KS, thank you, dude. Had a demon hunt at exactly 60 seconds the other day, which, I mean, based on its traits, it should. But to have a demon that at no point during the entire investigation, at no point, you got a notification for it? A notification for what? Oh, I did. Oh, okay. We were talking about it earlier, Song, about possibly doing the Ranger badge stuff. I think I'm going to wait until I get the Sunny Meadows badge a little bit closer, and then I'll do them both at the same time. Yeah. Gamer Wolf! Oh, it's a sticker giveaway. If you guys type join in chat, you could win some free merch. Thank you, friend. The word join. You could win a Toe sticker. Toe, it's the guy from Maple Lodge. We love him. Let me go to Throne. All right. I think next what we'll probably do... I think I'll do Sunny Meadows next. I drew toe on my door at work. Yes, let's go. I'm checking my notifications. Hold. Hold. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Oh, Sinister, thank you. Sinister got me the shark plushie for Bruce. Oh, Sinister, thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Who won? Janelle. Janelle, GG's. Hate the big maps. It can be a little rough, man. What's up, Caden? It can be a little rough. Yeah. Sane, hello. Thank you, friend. Thank you for all the follows. Welcome in, guys. If you are not in my Discord and you want to get notifications about when I go live, when I post new videos, if you want to ask other people in the Phaz channel if they want to play Phaz, get information on the ghost, giveaway, all that jazz, I have a Discord. The link is there. And then the rest of my socials are here as well. Yeah. Mr. Tater, how's your weekend, friend? All right. Well, let's go to Sunny. Let's go to Sunny. Down to run some Sunny? Ooh. We'll bring Mr. Song in to do some Sunny games. Weekend's going well. Been playing lots of Phasmers.
I prepared some jobs for you.
I think it's very unrealistic how the ghost kills you. Well, I don't know how much realism they were going for with the ghost ending your life, per se. I'm not exactly sure what we would want from that. I'm sure that there's also a limitation as to what they can show comfortably. Because I'm sure that everyone would just be getting demonetized left and right if they did something more real. What is happening? What is happening? Oh, Gamer Wolf, thank you for getting more merch, friend. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. Is it full Sunny or restricted? For this badge, it's both. For that badge, it's either or. It does not matter. If you're wearing a VR headset, Ghosty's hands cover your vision. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen some VR players in their camera when the ghost is coming at them and puts the hands on the face and freaking them the hell out. Yeah. New laptop needs stickers. Oh, friend, thank you. You guys, another one. Hi, Tommy Tom. Let me go research how people are getting killed by ghosties. Hi, Mr. Tom. Oh, man, that's funny. I like it. 1 minute you're on your EMF, the next minute you're being choked. Well, yeah, they're going to add more death animations, but I don't think that their main goal with that was we need this to be as realistic as possible because I want people that are playing this game to think that they died. Just a quick animation happens, it's over. I mean, you also get sent to a death realm, which I'm sure is also not very realistic. And then you come back into the game as a ghost in the house. Yeah. Among Us death incoming. Let's go. I'd be down. Pratt, GG's. Pratt, GG's on the merch. Enjoy the sticker, friend. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna have a song in here for a few games. We'll do a couple Sunny Meadows, and then we'll go back to some Blood Moon stuff and do some of the norms. I'm not just gonna do only Sunny Meadows today. No. But we will do the full Sunny Meadows though, because there's gonna be a lot of people that haven't played the full Sunny Meadows, and I think getting an idea of maybe some tips and tricks about what you can do to find the ghost a little faster is gonna be helpful. Can I prove a blurb? Oh, God. Do I have to? Halogen? That's my thought. Yeah. I have to. Okay. There's reject. Okay, I approved it. It should be approved anyway. Should be. Hi, Roxy. How long will the event last? The event is going to last for 10 days, 37 minutes. I took time out of the stream to approve that. November 13th? Yeah. Yeah. Gosh dang it. Anywho. Yeah, so we're going to do a couple Sunny Meadows, not too much. Maybe do a couple Sunny and then do a couple Ranger and then go back to some Blood Moon stuff. You loved it. How dare you? Still do Nightmare? No, we'll do Pro this time so we can show more evidence. Yeah. Explain everything that I do. I think there's going to be limitations onto me explaining literally every last thing that I'm doing, but I always try to explain what I'm doing for the most part. Yeah. Yeah. Pratt, enjoy the sticker. Freshly recorded. New badge today? No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. God damn it. I'm going to wait. You're in this lobby with me. How dare you? Miss Oshi, welcome back. All right, well, we're going to do a full Sunnies. Maybe we'll do full Sunny, then we'll do restricted Sunny, and then we'll do one, or maybe we'll do full restricted, and then we can do Maple Lodge, Woodwind, and then I'll probably do some, and then I'll probably jump back to some solo Blood Moon stuff. Word Dog?
Word Dog. We are at the same level. Do you want to add equipment or do you want me to? I don't care.
Oh, I can add. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take my stuff out then.
Okay. All right. Ready when you are, friend. Trolling me while in the game with me. Yeah. Yeah. What an animal.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
And we're doing Pro, right?
Yes. Yeah, so we can show some more evidence. Enjoy the run a bit more.
Oh, Breaker's right in front. Let's go.
I dig. I'm not seeing any bonus herbs, so we'll just have to go trucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Viewer game day? Oh, no. On the 16th and the 17th, I'm going to be doing viewer days. On the 16th and the 17th, because we met last month's goals, I'm going to be doing 2 12-hour streams back to back the entire weekend, all Saturday, all Sunday, and we'll do viewer games on certain parts of Saturday and certain parts of Sunday. What the hell did you just call me?
I said you got a nice set of hands.
Oh, hey, thank you. Nice. Want to see if I have my kiddo those days? I got you, Roxy. You're good. Started playing this over the weekend. Love it. Hell yeah, man. Oh. How old are you? What is your favorite room? Goodbye. Jesus, man.
You want to grab sanity or?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll grab some sanity.
All right, I'll head down there. Yes,
sir. What's up, F1? How are you? You can actually talk with the mic to the ghost. Yes, you can. There's voice recognition on PC. If you're on console, you do not have voice recognition. That was lucky. I'll take it, man. Sold. What are we at? I don't want him to get hunted. If he gets hunted right now, we know it's an early hunter. Easy peasy. We'll see if I can get away with just taking one. How'd you use the board without picking it up? You just click on the board and then you talk through the microphone to ask questions. If you're on console, you have to use text. You don't have voice recognition. All right, since we know where Ghosty is, I'm going to take this, this, and this. How does console do spirit box then? They turn it to text, or it's on text. And when they turn on the spirit box, there's a list of options that show up for them to cycle through and click on. Which one's 2? Hold on. Hospital room 2. I mean, I imagine it's the second room. 56. Oh, see, it's not. Look, you go through that Nanor. You go through that Nanor. So you have 1, 2, 3. All right. Third room on the right, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Second room after the second set of doors.
Sir, yes, sir. Yeah. So this is the first room past the second set of doors he's talking about over there. And then we have 2 more over here. Vaughn. Is he? Why do I keep?
So far, it did absolutely nothing while I was down.
Yeah, it's touching the door of another room.
I've got UV coming down.
Interesting.
That room was also only like 9-10 degrees, so.
Yeah, but the hallway's like 20. Yeah, it's super warm out
and
here.
So were the rooms next to it. I double checked both.
Yeah.
They're at 20 as well.
Okay. Hey, Chaotic. Is there a benefit to bringing every tier of gear? No, when it comes to what you can bring for tier...
see fingies.
Roger that. When it comes to what you can bring for tiered equipment, it's going to be whatever you prefer. I'm not going to prefer the same things that everyone else is. I use tier 1 smudge all the time, and everybody always asks me, why the hell do I use tier 1 and not tier 3? I prefer it. I don't like to slow the ghost down. If I'm smudging or using incense near a hiding spot, the ghost will F off and just keep walking. If I'm using tier 3, it's going to stop right on top of me. And for me, that's no bueno. What's up, Frank? Go all the way to our last camera. And we'll watch. He said no UV. So for right now, we'll mark no UV. I also don't see ghost orbs. We're on professional, so we can cancel evidence we don't have. Hi, Ms. V. You also bring the glow sticks. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Glow sticks are pretty good. I mean, there's a reason that they made the glow sticks tier 2. And the electronic piece of equipment, the smaller UV, tier 1. It's because people don't prefer it. How do you know if it's a Moroi? You get evidence to tell you it's a Moroi. What's up, Oliver? How are you? Nathan! Oh, hey, how are you?
I did not get anything on Spirit Box, but up if you want to try it yourself.
Do we actually know the ghostie's in that room right now? That's the question at hand. No, Nathan. No beans. I'm going to bring motion sensors down there so we can track it.
That's a good plan.
Ghostie's a wanderer, so we want to be sure. You hate the tier 3 salt? That's fair. Yeah, it's kind of wandering all over the place. I do not. I have 3 motion sensors on me. How to know if it's a Moroi on a no evidence run? Speed of the ghost. The Moroi, its speed is based off your sanity.
We are still really high sanity, too.
What evidence do we have? Nothing. In the lobby, the UV is still in the wrong... Oh, I know. Oh, I know. We have writing, by the way.
Oh, look at that.
I would wait. Unless you have more. I would say
No, no.
it's
I have
not.
more. I have 2 more. I'm just, yeah.
Oh yeah?
I almost kind of want to test this.
Where is it?
See if it's wandering.
Did you have a look into the? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I just hope that things are getting taken care of. That's all I care about. Looked into, taken
This
care
room
of.
is at 13 now and going up.
Is it moved already? It was interacting with this door a bunch.
21 in here.
What the fuck? Find it. When would you use the sound sensors? When I'm not sure about the ghosty, about where it is, or also if I want to monitor the writing book from the truck. The sound sensors can pick up the sound of this writing, so you can be out of the map and hear that happen. Have enough? We do. I don't know if he's checking every room right now or what he's doing. God damn it.
I think it ran away.
So you're getting no low temps anywhere.
15, 16 degrees in here now. 20 degrees, 20, and 21 degrees.
Hi,
in
Papa
every other
Smurf.
room.
Okay, I'm gonna go get more shit. The Rick of the Roll. I tell him
So
it.
Faz is officially broken.
I tell him the joke is on him. I enjoy that song. It's not a troll. Simple welcome in, Reacher. Hello. Robbie, thank you for the prime. Goose, thank you for the 11 months. Hello, friends.
Either that or it's just roaming so much that it's not making it cold in there anymore.
'Tis possible. I've had some issues where the ghost was in the... Hold on, song's gonna be talking to me the entire time. I've had some issues where the ghost was in the room above or below. Well, but it wrote in the book, though. Yeah, we have writing there. So the only way it would be so coincidental would be if we have a ghost that's a stalker. Wait a minute. Has not walked in salt yet, right?
Nope. It has not walked in salt. And I heard a door touch down here and got no...
Because
interaction.
it was touching doors when I was there. It's either a possibly...
Like no EMF.
Possibly a stalker ghost or a teleporting ghost. And it's just by chance that the board told us here. Right now we bring it back. We're at 61%. The ghost has not done anything there. We have motion sensors surrounding that area. Has
It's now
not...
18 degrees in the quote-unquote ghost room.
It has not set them off. A stinky demon was on the other floor for me? Oh, dude, imagine if the ghost is actually here. But if it's a wraith, it could be literally anywhere. Okay. Give me these. We're collectively at about 60, by the way. Can you ask the board again? I could, but it'll drop my sanity 50. That's the issue. We used the board in the first place to find this room. But there's apparently a problem where...
Heard another door touch.
Oh, you heard a door touch near you?
Somewhat. It almost sounds like it's upstairs because I'm getting it somewhat muffled.
I need him to take... Hold on. Fuck this. I'll take it. Take that. I'm gonna take this, this, and this, and go. Okay. Okay. The absolute hell, dude. Get the breaker? It did. Juice is back on. It's one of the reasons I switched to restricted.
I'm closing every door down here.
Roger that. Okay. That'd be roughly here.
Are you down here, Flash?
The ghost is directly above that room song.
I was gonna say, I heard your footsteps down here.
This is why we trust the mod. This is why we trust the mods. It evented the second I walked into the room.
I hate it here.
I agreed. Son of a bitch. You still have that salt on you, by the way?
Yes, I did.
All right, I have a motion sensor there if you want to put the salt near it. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera over there now, but that's okay. Let's say it is a wraith.
Yeah.
EMF
Couple
spirit
EMF
box.
3s right outside the room next door.
EMF spirit
And
box.
it turned on the light of the room next door to where you have the motion sensor.
All right, I'm bringing these. God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. Can't be a wraith. Oh, that's right. We have writing. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm not paying attention. Hold on.
Each one of the salts outside the door has one use left.
I'm awfully confused how we have writing in the room.
Yep. I mean, no, that room was cold. That was down almost to 5 degrees originally.
But that doesn't make sense though, for it to go from there all the way upstairs to the room above.
Correct. It should not be able to jump like that. Because it's supposed to be able to long roam, but only to, one of the adjoining rooms.
Yeah, well, when it switches favorite rooms, it has to switch to, right, it has to switch to a room aligned with it, and the hallway is not considered one of those rooms.
Correct. Because, I mean, the whole thing...
Like a 3D sphere, so
from
it's
what
the
I
ghost.
understand,
Oh,
is it
possibly.
chooses to do a long roam, and as it sets that long roam waypoint, if it can change rooms,
Well,
there's like a
what I wonder-
chance that it does.
I wonder if it's part of the bug with the Ouija board telling you where the ghost room is, and it being the floor below or above, and if the temps were doing the same thing.
Yeah, but then how did we get writing down there?
It could have reached. Maybe it reached from above, below. I don't know. I got nothing, man.
God, that's so weird. Because, yeah, there were no interactions down there. I mean,
Yeah.
there were no door touches. The door touches I was hearing, I think, were upstairs.
Hey, you want some drugs?
Yeah, I guess I'll take some. As long as it's you offering. I
First
know
one's
it's
free.
trustworthy.
Don't mind the unicorn outside.
Everything tastes like color.
God bless you. Where the Ouija
You want to
board?
take this or you...
I'm hands full. I bet, yeah, cameras, absolutely. I've got spirit box and dots with me.
I was just going to go down and move some of the other crap from downstairs.
Ah, gotcha. I figured I'd just grab what I could from the truck and just truck it over this way. It hasn't set this off in a little bit. Where are you?
Did before.
Are you here? I see temps. I mean, I see breath. Oh, where are you taking a wee?
Well, we got a spirit box, I guess.
Oh, imagine a DO. What do we need for a DO? Spirit box, writing, and dots. Hey, show dots. Come on, be that guy. Come on. Do it. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you friendly?
Meadows, they said. It'll
Where
be
are you?
fun, they said.
Where are you? Oh, Modal. That's one of our favorites. His voice is so great on the spirit box. We love it. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
I'm far from there.
Are you near?
Was taken
Where
over.
are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here?
Run away.
Are you close?
Run away.
Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you near?
Bother me?
Where are you? Are you here? Are you near?
Run away.
Where are you?
Sorry.
Damn it. It's not doing it. It still could be a deal. We just might not be getting it. That's all. Why level 1? I prefer it.
What did you call me?
No, I don't think it's going to be a deal.
I was gonna say, did you find our friend?
No, it wasn't giving me the growl, but we could try freezing. I wasn't seeing dots yet. Possible EMFer.
Yeah, I got UV on me too, but it already walked into salts.
Just didn't have his voice as the that'd be pretty cool.
I mean, I can put that.
Is Dio camera dots? No, you're thinking of the Goryo. They touch none.
Or it could be nice and touch a door.
You had no Orbeez, right?
No UV. No UV. UV, it's freezing. Negative frickin' 9 over here now.
Delish. That's a moroi.
I'm so glad that Ouija board is accurate.
Can you trigger an event with the Ouija board? No, just a
Accurate
hunt.
for the bone location.
Unfortunately,
Ghost location. We can't lose.
this is why we are going to do restricted. Yes, if you get a response on the spirit box, or if you
Always remember-
get ghost whispers
Always
with the
remember, Jack,
parabolic
there are no Phasmo bugs.
features. If you get a spirit box response or you get a whisper on the paramic and it's a moroi, then you're cursed and you lose sanity
I'm good
twice
if you
as
are.
fast
We're not
passively.
going for perfect, so I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I'm good. It's fine. I don't. With the way this ghost was, get me the F out of here. The activity looks like an EMF. You can have events that look like EMFs. Like that look like EMF 5s.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, the stats. All right. Out of just morbid curiosity. Do note,
Favorite room
it never
changes
changed
0.
favorite rooms. Not a single time. We had colder temps. We had the board tell us. We had door touches. All that shit. It never changed favorite rooms. Spicy.
Always working as intended.
Oh, room boundaries. It's just like an elevator. It's just like a little bing. It just goes downstairs and F's with shit. Yeah.
Which room is haunted? Yes.
Son of a bitch. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Well, let's go to restricted instead, where it can't do that. Damn it. Well, that was interesting. If you're new to Phasmo, hi. Welcome. That was, yeah, welcome. That was
Right, we're
Now,
here.
you say
Take
can't
a look
as
at
if
the
you almost
equipment and
believe
prepare
that.
accordingly before starting the investigation.
son of a bitch. All right. We are going to have
Whoever was here must have
the
summoned the ghost with a
female
cursed object.
side, the female wing.
Investigate it, but be careful.
Okie
We don't
dokie.
know what it's capable
Okie dokie. Power's in front again.
Roger that. If you're curious, if you're playing on Sunny Meadows Restricted and you're wondering which wing you're going to have, you can figure it out from the truck before you even go into the map. So one way of doing it is by cycling through the cameras and seeing what extra camera you have. You won't have access to the cameras of the wings that you can't have. So on Restricted, it takes Sunny Meadows and breaks it up. It takes it and breaks it up into 5 different sections. You have 1, which is the center. You have 2, male wing. 3, the female wing. 4 hospital wing on the left side, 5 restricted wing on that side. You obviously always have access to this right here to be able to get to those wings. But if I switch the camera, you can see that, here, I'll go to this camera. You can see here, it shows you what camera's lit. We can see
Sir,
that
did you
view.
turn off cursed object?
No, it should be there. He's going to say, oh, is it the circle song?
No.
But if I switch to this camera here, we can see that that is here. So we know that the ghostie's over that way. I don't know. Did you look by the cross by chance?
Yeah, there's no cursed object, sir. I'm curious to see what it shows for you.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Maybe it's borked for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because I see nothing here. There's no paw, there's no Frank, there's no board.
So what if I
there's no
told you
cards.
that I also don't see anything?
I started a recording just in case.
This is professional, right? I didn't change the game mode.
I don't think you did. I heard a door touch, by the way, right over here.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, not in here, but like
Over that way?
where it
Okay.
is. Yeah. So yeah, so that's something.
I'm going to go to each. Yeah, I'm spamming pick up just to see if anything just shows up, and I got nothing.
Yeah, I mean I've got there's like a knife thing here, and there's a spoon scooper thing over here, and those are the only things I get a hand icon on.
All right, well, I guess F us, right? What if it's still on the map, but it's just somewhere randomly? Is that the bone?
Like the old
Sure.
school, you gotta go on an Easter egg hunt to find it.
Oh, I hated that. The cursed possession used to be random. That sucked. That was not a good time. We're gonna see the monkey paw crawling around the map like it's fucking thing from the Addams Family. Oh, that'd be awesome. That would be the coolest thing ever.
Plot twist: the cursed object is down in the restricted wing. We're just screwed.
Oh yeah, we have a throne. There's a book on the side here. It's definitely close.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah. 4
Ah, there's
degrees
your
here.
breath. All right. Oh no, it's a child. Run.
Judy.
Run.
I just got a damn 2-star interaction off that. I feel scammed.
But if you had the cursed possession, you would have got it. Huh. 2 fun maps in a row. This is good. Gino, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Oh man, this is interesting. So for those of you that are curious, if you don't play Sunny Meadows very often,
Why does the game hate us so?
I'm not sure. You have a cursed possession 100% of the time on any
you
game
take
mode that is
whatever.
Nightmare or below.
I'm gonna save this record.
Wait, you got it vented on, yes? Did anything else happen to you?
No, nothing else happened to me.
Testing it right
Why am
now.
I so
Thank you.
insane?
I don't know. You had one single event. Possible Oni?
Or
Some other shit,
Phantom,
that is-
since I was staring at it for a long time.
Not that long, though. EMF freezing and dots. Okay. We did see our breath immediately, too.
Yeah.
You might want to
Yeah.
de-insane yourself.
Insane?
Yeah, it's
Insane away?
song. Insane away, yes. EMF freezing
bring,
and dots. I'm gonna bring dot. You already have the thermometer. I'm gonna bring crucifixes
Yeah.
as well. I'll drop the smudge.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm bringing in video camera.
Icicle
just
doesn't spawn for you
fun-
sometimes?
Funsies.
That I don't remember the last time I was supposed to have a cursed possession and it just did not spawn. Thermometer. Yes, the ghost can interact with the bell. Do you guys see the same tier equipment? I'm pretty sure. We could check the truck. Weird, man. Flippin' weird.
At least we don't have to walk down the whole hallway.
Thank God. Fiverr?
We don't have orbitals.
All right.
It sounded like a fiver.
Uh-huh. Oh, goo. All right. I mean, it's on track to be a possible owner.
Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? Hello? Can you respond? There you go. Where are you?
Waiting for
Where are
him.
you? Where are you?
Valkyrie, hello.
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm right here. Oh, dots.
Oh, yeah, right in front of my face.
And that was in our face holes. So, oh, freezing. 100%
Hey,
Oni.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Photo. Oh, you got a photo camera?
Yeah,
Hey,
right there.
Dudesky photo, come here.
That's what
Come on. Hello. Hello.
Whenever you want little Toothy to come to you, just tell her you give her uppies.
Uppies? No, no uppies for you. I'll pay your dental bill.
Oh, that's worth it.
That's gonna be astronomical. You know how many cavities this thing probably gets? Shit.
All that Halloween candy.
Oh my God. Did it just take an object?
That thing goes trick or treating. It just tilts its head back. Just throw it right in.
Like throw it down its gullet. That's how we get rid of all of our extra pumpkins. We just throw it into its mouth. All right, 25 and repel. All right. We'll just use the cursed possession. It's fine.
Yay!
Some bullshit, dude.
Oh, are we going perfect? Okay, I guess.
I'd say why not, man. I'm not trying to like do the official grind on the Sunny Meadows stuff today. Just do a couple of rounds of it.
That sounds.
Yeah, it's nowhere to be found. You know what? I'm gonna check over here. Like, what if it just randomly was over here for no effing reason?
You still got your lighter with you, right?
I does.
All right, I'm bringing you in a smudge sickle.
Appreciate you. I'm gonna come back to the truck anyway.
Well, fine then. I'll just leave it here for you.
Well, fine then. Whatever. What cursed possession? I don't have one. Yeah, we're playing on professional right now, and we're supposed to have one. Yeah, we don't. Is the favorite room ever in the chapel? Yes. Yes, it can.
I know what I was going to do.
100% on difficulty with the curse. We can go back and double check. This is set to pro. It is set to pro. Kyle, hello. Flip it. Thank you for the 8 months. This map's different. Compared to what? So Ghostie's in there. We're going to let Song go in there and get crazy. I might have to go sit in the dark, though, so we get their lower sanity. Yeah, maybe that's the move. I'm gonna take this smudge with me, and we're going to go hang out in a room and just wait. How are you able to see the location of the cursed objects? It's really just a matter of learning where they usually spawn, because the same cursed object will spawn in the same place, but there's a 1 in 7 chance of getting that cursed object. So this time, we didn't get any, and we were supposed to. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Do you like Sunny Meadows? Yeah, Sunny Meadows is a really good map. I like Sunny Meadows a lot. It's definitely held up in my opinion. It's when did it come out? But it just all feels so custom. And I think it makes it a very fun, large map to play. Super eerie, super creepy. What?
I think it tried to hunt or it hit power, one of the two.
I still have juice. I'm guessing it tried to hunt.
Oh, the lights went off over here.
You know what I could do? That way we know when it tries to hunt. There we go. Completely new to the game. How did you know? We knew that it was an Oni before it even actually gave us any evidence because of his sanity. The only thing that really happened that could have drained his sanity that much would have been an Oni with an event. Because when you get evented on by an Oni...
You have hiding down.
Roger that. When you get evented on by an Oni, your sanity drops even more. What is the sanity drop on an Oni? Is it 20? I think it's 20, and then a Banshee, when you get evented, it's Banshee, it's 15. Takes us forever to find the room in the big maps. It's been so fun. Use the parabolic microphone. Parabolic microphone is extremely helpful. 20, yeah. Oh. Hunting. Yep. Now, you only lose sanity for that event if you get hit by that event. Like the ghost running into you or you running into the ghost. Yeah. When do I stream? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. and Sundays at 1. Oh, dude, I'm so far away from the ghost. I'm so far away from it. Hiding over here. Yeah, we're not worried. What do I like about streaming? Interaction. Being able to hang out with really awesome people. Or be like last week, okay, dude, it's different. That doesn't count. Roger Dodger. Just waiting for the 25 drop really at this point.
Yeah, well, I was looking around for the boner.
Oh, well, I guess you have less places to look. That's true.
I've not seen it anywhere.
Find the people who love high school or the people who've absolutely mastered sound mic placement. I think the people that love high school are
By
just
the way, I managed to get out past the
awful
little
human
door
beings.
barrier when it started hunting somehow.
Oh, hey, we picked up the bone already.
Oh, look at
Yeah, I forgot. Thank you. Yeah, in the chapel over there in front of the pew. The pew.
tried to hunt again.
We're below 25, ayo.
Cool, I'll grab these last 2 picks and we'll get...
And we got to repel. Maybe the bone was the cursed possession. Oh my god. Hey, Robin, welcome in. Spicy. You changed your name.
Actually, I'm gonna
Your name
stay
is
down that
Boppo
hallway
now?
repel
Welcome
because
in.
they had hiding
Good to see
down.
you, dude. Hi, Beetle. Mash, hello. For those that missed it, I forgot to tell. Well, I'm sure there's probably some that missed it because I was streaming at times I don't normally stream. Bad sodas have been added back. Gross sodas have been added back into the bad wheel rotation. I've been luckily hitting just the beans, but yeah, they're back. Oh, is it hunting him now? Yep, there it is. We'll see if it gets to him. Hey, what's up, Justin? And if we hit the sub goal this month, I'm going to be streaming really close to Christmas as the Grinch. Got a new mic today. Nice. Do ghosts always start a hunt from their favorite room? No. No, the ghost can start a hunt away from its room depending on what just happened. Like if a ghost events, and when it events away from the room and starts hunting before it can get back to its room. Yeah. What level am I? 70 something? I think. Will you also be as hateful to us as the Grinch? I don't know. Might be nicer than normal. It's hard to say.
Flash, I feel bad. She was crying.
Well, go bring it a toy.
I walked into the ghost room and I tried to get uppies again.
Flash is going to be worse than the Grinch. How dare you? I am not diabolical. How dare you? Why does it take you so long to find the ghost sometimes? Very situational. If you're turning on a lot of lights, like let's say that you just so happen to turn the light on that's inside of the ghost room, then the ghost won't interact as much. It won't throw objects, so you're not going to find it as easily. Very situational. Yep. Is it normal that the progress takes so long? Yes. Yeah. Or else we would have been done already. For the, you're talking about for the Halloween event? Yeah. I would not have trouble cosplaying as Ebenezer Scrooge. Do you know the difference between the wings? All right, we have everything we need, yeah?
Yeah, we have 2 picks to a perfect game, but I don't really care.
Oh, well, this isn't like you.
If you want to, that's fine.
No. I'm cool with dipsy doodling. I'm cool with dipsy doodling unless you want to take those photos. It's up to you.
No, I just figure we can get more hunts in that way.
Okay, I'm down. All right, we gotta go.
Now, on the other hand, you could have just gone in and snapped 2 pictures.
There's like 2 hospital maps. No, there's one. You're thinking of the restricted version of it and then the main version. There is no, oh God, there is no like hospital version of this map. It is literally an insane asylum. Yeah. I think there's confusion. Yeah, okay. I just want to verify. We're set to professional. I don't know why that happened. Do insane asylum. We literally just played it and we're about to play it again. Literally just played it and about to play it again. All right. I'm going to change to this and go back to this. Just maybe that'll do something. I don't know. That's what happened to Phasmo Bugs. Yeah. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. All right. Speed run. Do nightmare. Play on this. Do this. Dance, monkey, dance. Relax. We're getting there.
Get sent up before investigating. Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
Is that hospital? Yeah, we have hospital wing. Hospital wang. Be a slave to chat. Insanity with starter items? That sounds awful. Sounds boring AF. How'd you get to be a voice on the spirit box? How long ago was that? Oh, hey, look, a cursed object. At one point, they asked all the content creators to do voices for the box. How old are you? What is your favorite room? Goodbye. You know what? I didn't even get an answer. I don't care to wait. I forgot. It's just going to say it. But at least we know it's in the hospital wing. We have EMF 5 though. All right. I'm going to go take a sanity. I'll be back.
All right, I'll look around.
What are the downsides to using the Ouija board? You lose sanity. Depending on what you ask, you lose a certain amount.
Same bug as before. We get
if that's the case, well, I don't know what to tell you because then it would be in a place that we literally can't be. Yeah, drops your sanity. If you ask where the ghost is, you lose 50. Yeah. So if they're going to use it right away. The Ouija board? I mean, usually there's different things that you can use it for though. You can use it to check for a Thay. If you ask the ghost age and it says a certain number, let's say 50, and then you've been around the ghost a lot and then you ask later and it's a different age, it's a Thay. I had no idea it was on the spirit box. Yeah. If you ever hear the right here, that's me. did you come all the way down here to talk to me on the walkie? Wait a minute. Did you pull or push? Oh, it's a venting. Where? I am Tater. It's the same name.
It was that room right there where my camera was is the coldest.
That room right there. Oh, okay. I do, Dave.
Right there.
Wait. It's
We are at a collective 60% sand.
dude, it's down here touching doors at the frickin' morgue.
That sounds like fun.
We run. We run. On the way back to its own room? Yeah, but first of all, why did it vent all the way where somebody was not? Super confusing. Hi, Molo. You think Sunny Meadows is a hospital?
That room where I had the stuff was at 7 degrees.
There's normally a shelf there, and when it's not there, I mean, that obviously shouldn't be floating. Uh-oh. Song.
Yes.
I think we have a wraith.
Why did it not hit salt?
No, it touched the door over near the stairs. We also don't have salt down there.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
It's also hunting you. Why did it choose me? That scared me with the door touch. Vids help my friend get better at the game. Let's go. Cupcakes, how are you? Oh, man.
I think it's actually hunting you.
I'm not in the map. It's not hunting me. We do need to prevent a hunt
But it
with
started
Christmas.
from you because there's nothing going on down
Oh,
here.
yeah, I guess it stayed over there then. Yeah. I'm the chosen one? He's just sitting inside of the ghost room.
It most definitely didn't start down here. I have a cruci right here.
Oh my god. What difficulty is this? This is on pro. It was really just to show the map. There's a lot of people that don't play the map very often. BRB. No worries, friend. You're good. What percent are we at? No idea. You can only tell from the lobby. You can't tell from in the game. Misty, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But this has got to be a wraith. Sissy, good morning. Hello. Can you use the radio while it's hunting? You can, but it's awfully dangerous. Yeah, we have dots as well, Song. We don't play it often for a reason. Well, listen. Just because it tells you the wrong room and you don't get a cursed possession and all that stuff. So the question is, do you want to get more objectives or just get the ghosty right and dip? You thought it was Song. Oh, it could have been. I say we just get the ghosty and dip on this one. If you're talking, I can't hear you, by the way.
Can you not hear me?
I can now. You think we'll reach the event trophy? I think there's no shot that they're gonna let us not hit it. Yeah. All right, guys, I have ads coming. We're gonna go ahead and let them play. I do 3 minutes every hour, so that way there's no pre-rolls. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry. I'm gonna wait for you. I'm literally gonna wait for you. What a stinkers. What a stinkers.
Can you hear
All
me
right.
now? Can you hear me now on local?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was doing local because we were right there, and I was like, why is he
Yeah, I couldn't hear the local at all.
Never any puns. Flash, never any puns.
All right, I'm gonna run ads real fast.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ryo, thank you for the prime. Oh my goodness. So these runs have been awfully interesting. Awfully interesting. We might change it up. I might on the next one I might do Camp Woodwind or or Maple Lodge. Maybe possibly. Sunny Meadows doesn't need to be even more spicy. Listen, dude, I didn't do it. Thanksgiving hasn't even hit yet. How dare you? Break. Stop it. Shareflow, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you. That's too damn early. She ain't thawed out yet. She ain't thawed out. You relax yourself. Halloween isn't even cold yet. Yeah. Show the trophies. Sure. What do I think of Point Hope? Point Hope's a good map. It's just not one that I like to play often because I get the damn ghost at the top of the frickin'... I get the ghost all the way at the top very, very often. Here's the current Halloween trophies. Oh, I can't show you the filter on this screen. I can show you on the other one. There's the third one's going to go here. And then we have Holiday 22, 23. We've got Easter 23, 24. And then the Apocalypse trophies. Yeah. Thanksgiving's so underrated. No, I think Thanksgiving's probably rated correctly. I think that there's a lot of people that like to bypass it to just bring Christmas into their lives immediately. I don't like to do that. Once after Thanksgiving, go ham. You do what you want to do. Paul, thank you for the gifts. Done the Apocalypse challenges? I have indeed. Hey, what's up, Sober? I'm good. How are you? Thank you, friend. I'm doing swell. Thanksgiving's the best. It shouldn't be skipped. No, absolutely not. How do you get the Halloween trophies? By completing the Halloween event. Yeah, each trophy you have to, well, at least to the event ones like that for the holidays, you have to complete the event. So for this one, we need to get to stage 3 on this. And I don't think there's any way possible that they're going to not let this happen. So people are like, but what if we don't reach it? I don't think they're going to put the work into all this and say, throw it in the trash because we didn't reach a goal. That ain't going to happen, man. Ain't going to happen. You eat tacos on Thanksgiving? I mean, you do you, boo-boo. I mean, I don't want to shame you or anything. I kind of do, but for our non-American friends, I mean, you're obviously going to eat whatever the hell you want. How long left? I don't know yet, Sober. We'll see. Hard to say. I don't know if I ever played a game where the community goals were not met. Yeah. Right. They do all that work. They pre-make the trophy and do all these things. And they're like, well, you guys didn't meet it. That sucks. Into the bin. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right. Let's change it up a little bit. Oh, I appreciate it, Sober. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you for the follows. Lots of peeps today. I appreciate it. What's up, Jax? Thanks for waiting. Always. I will always do my best to wait. If I'm able to stop what is happening. Pardon you? Huh? What? Are you over there talking to yourself? What? Hey, when you're done playing with your wood, can you ready up? When you're done touching your wood, would you mind readying up?
Yeah, I had it perfect, and then I didn't want to ruin your whole speech about Thanksgiving, so.
Hey, can you walk around a little bit more? Okay, never mind. You were floating for a second, or gliding. I don't know why. All right.
Whee!
Yeah, it's not happening now, but it was.
I mean, I can.
I've watched this at the beginning of YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you, Tony.
We've arrived.
He is
Check the
vampire.
equipment and get set up before
He is
investigating.
I have a
vampire.
clip from earlier when I was doing woodwind of a hand floating in midair.
Oh my god.
Must be the reason that the ghost was summoned.
What the hell? You know what? We're gonna go parabolic this time.
To your advantage.
No fly hacks. I'd prefer if he didn't. Yeah. Vent goes up 10 to 20% every time you get on. Yeah, that sounds about right. What a nerd. It tried to make a goal and missed. I don't know where it is, but it absolutely just kicked the living shit out of the soccer ball at me. So we're... Oh, it's right there.
Oh, it's right here.
Multiple places, friend. I am on the Tweesh, I'm on the Tube, I'm on the Talk, I'm on all the things. Yeah, the reason I multi-stream is to allow people the opportunity to choose where they want to watch. So you don't feel like you're forced into being on a certain platform.
I am not seeing.
Roger your Dodger. What about Kick? No, I'm not interested. I tried at one point, but with the ideals that they have over there, I have zero interest of ever streaming there again. Unfortunately, they had a good opportunity, in my opinion, of being a pretty notable, respectable platform, but unfortunately, they let that
I
die.
am not seeing UV, but we do have writing.
Roger. When do I play with subscribers? I play with viewers. I have 2 days that are going to happen. Part of the 16th and 17th stream I'm going to, and then if we reach the monthly goal on Twitch this month, we'll have another viewer day added. Yeah. He hates us. Well, I mean, oh, that's well, some.
How old are you?
Stop
Where
yelling
are
at me.
you?
Wait, why are you
How
asking
old
out here?
are
Oh, okay.
Where are you? Because it walked this way in the fall. How old are you? Where are you? Where are you?
You see my breath out here?
Where
Hold
are
on.
you? Are you friendly? Are you Flash?
Yeah.
It's not Flash.
Oh, I am. It's 5 degrees out here, by the way.
It's same inside. I
Kind
think.
of cold everywhere. It's 7 in here. It's 5 out here. And it just threw some shit over there.
What
And
are
more
you
shit
wearing?
over here.
Where
That's
are
your
you?
kid.
Where are okay. Get right in that tent and then move.
Uh-huh.
What a turd.
Knew it. I knew it.
What a turd.
Away on those days. Yeah, there's always other opportunities, friend.
They won't be able to find me if I move.
That was a perfect imitation.
Flash, we could have a Dio.
You're a Dio.
Hey.
Hey. What's our sanity? 67? No, we're alright. We're good. Do I play with newbies? Yeah, on viewer days, I play with anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what level you are, your experience time. That doesn't mean shit.
Now I can't move anymore.
It's a spirit. I hate it here. If off nerd, exactly. Look at that. Cheese.
I was trying to do
Exactly.
some stuff.
Yeah, we keep the games 18 plus for the safety of everybody that's playing. All right. We need. Oh,
Or do we
geez.
actually want to?
I think we do we do the actual investigation. Repel, crucifix, and cleanse.
Yeah, which ends up being just repel.
Oh my.
What the hell are you doing over here, you nerd?
Song's gotten a lot spicier since he started playing with me. Ouch, don't give us some light.
I'm moving one of the.
Never mind.
crucies.
I gotta turn the power on. I'm on it.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay, thank you. All right, we need a crucibite.
What do we have for hiding around here?
18 mentally. Yes, that does count. I see my breath over here.
Yellow is open for hiding. Yeah, it turned down that.
Glay!
So,
Mr. Glacius, hello.
It's now 7 degrees. No, now it's back to 1 degree down.
Oh
over
my
here.
God.
Okay.
Sir Zerker, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Is there a fast way to get to level 50? I mean, grind your way through professional or nightmare or higher difficulties.
there you go.
I think the problem is, oh, thank you. I think the problem is that people have this assumption that they need to get to 50 as fast as physically possible. When that does you no good because you're not learning how to play the game. Good. What did you do? Were you playing the Phasmos? How are the ghosts? Hi, Mr. Rafa. Oh. Yeah, because if you floor it to level 50, that's cool and all, but how much have you learned about the game? The more you learn about the game, the faster you're going to level. Why do people want to get to 50 so bad? So they can do customs, and then they can level even faster. I sent something by accident to your blurb. Wait, oh, by accident? Okay. Okay. Thank you for the follows, guys. Tesco, Jordan, Mike, welcome in. Root, H, hello. Uh-oh. Oh, hey. Look at him go. I don't want any. No. No. You just woke up? Damn, man. Good for you.
He was trying his hardest.
We still need 3 photos.
Here, go take the 3 photos of the salt.
Thank you.
We got time now.
Is this a 3 stack here?
That is a 3-stack.
Let's probably get that checked. Shut your lips.
Yeah.
Yay. Oh, do we have the bone?
Hey. No. I don't think we do.
You're just so done with it. Oh. Hey, oh, hop.
Did you get it?
I have not yet. No.
Oh, you know what? Let me, we should probably get a smoke.
Oh, I've got one. Here. It's at the front gate. You smell it? Oh, damn. Ugh. Who's my teammate? This is Song. Well, get your nose checked. There's no boner jams in here. Got it!
Let's go.
Running away.
Hey, what was even our curse?
It was the mirror.
I saw that.
But because it yeeted the soccer ball at me at hyper speed,
Yeah, we didn't
knew
need
where.
to use it.
Yeah, exactly. Word, dog. All right, cool. Poorboat looping the ghost. Any tips? Yeah. Try not to hold down the sprint button. Only use the sprint when you need to. Certain places you can break line of sight while you're looping. So like the kitchen island at Tanglewood is a good example where if you duck down, if you crouch, the ghost can't see you as long as it's not around one of the corners. Yeah. Thanks. Not stuck in my head, you sons of bitches. God damn it. All right, now we're going to do full maple.
What do you want to do now?
The full maple.
Sounds like fun.
You sound excited. Ah. What's the sound? Oh, that sound, that's the altar.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
I'm not gonna lie, Toe is the best part of this map.
I know. Full maple is, I mean, toe is where it's at. You know what? I'm gonna leave this here. Take that. We're gonna go bam, bam, bam.
You know, in some ways I actually miss the old design of this just because it seemed like it was quicker to get.
Sorry, someone's shitting in my ears. What'd you just say?
I said I actually, in some ways, like the old design of this map just because it seemed like it was quicker to get places.
I gotcha. I just hate it here sometimes, you know?
Power's on.
Roger that. Go for the ring Easter egg real fast. Nothing? Let's try it again.
It may have been me, but no, I got it over here, red 10.
Roger that. I tried. It's not a guarantee. It just happens sometimes. Hey, what's pooping? Oh, popping. Oh, sorry, fly. Hi. God damn it. I'm increasing blurps to 1,000.
I also got the bomb.
Is it in the red tent?
Yes. Do you have UV?
I don't. I
I
have...
got a log right over here.
Oh, I had 3 sound sensors. Like a gluten problem.
Shot him twice with the tent flap, and then also
Roger
hit
that.
the log.
Hi, Toe. All right, I got Toe. We're good. Is the game harder to play solo?
That's the only important thing.
Depends on the map. I think the game can honestly be easier on solo sometimes. Depends on the map, depends on the difficulty. All right. There's Toe. No.
I got book box.
There we
and
go.
UV if you want it.
All right, Toe's got book as well. All right, I'm gonna bring double dot. I'm gonna actually bring a crucifix just out of safety. What's up, Zach? Please see a doctor. God damn it. Toe's your spirit animal? I think Toe's all of our spirit animals. Animal. Is that song or is that Norb? I think it's song.
How old are you?
Herbs!
Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
Herbs!
How old are you?
Herbs!
Where are you?
Herbs!
I hear you. Where old are you?
Where old are you?
Where old are you?
think we're annoying him. Where old are you? He's lost it. He's gone. Juan, welcome in. How are you?
Yes.
Why would I add you on Discord?
Where old are you?
What benefit is that? So, do we have anything outside of orbs?
No, I did not get UV. I did not get Spirit Box.
Roger, Dodger. No UV, no spirit box. I'm going to bring the other dot in there just to see. Hey, what's up, Chelsea?
70% sanitized.
Roger. Are you guys not dead? Our sanity's too high. It hasn't hunted us yet. Yeah. Goodbye. Okay, good talk. It was good. It was a good conversation. I feel like it had a good like starting point, and then we really ended it. You know, at some closure. Oh, dude skis.
Was that Dudski's?
Sir, yes, sir. Add me on Discord. Oh, why should I add you on Discord? Bye. All right, well, see you later, I guess. Fuck me. Kitten lady, hello, how are you? Banshee, Yurei, Yokai, Raiju, Thay. Thay. I'm doing well. I am doing well. Welcome. We've been kind of hopping around all over the place.
We got freezing.
Boo.
That explains why it's going so ham on the 10th.
We did. We did Sunny Meadows. We did Restricted. Did Edgefield. We've done Camp Woodwind. Now we're doing Maple. We're doing this one. Yeah. Why boo? It's a Yurei. Especially where it can't really do its ability unless it comes over here and does it. Yeah. Fly, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. No ghost photo yet. Hey, you show up for a ghost photo right now. I know you're over there, lady. I can see you. Come on. Come on. Ma'am. Are you waiting for a song? Is song your favorite?
Damn, somebody's
Want to take a photo of her if you see her? Oh, really? She hasn't shown up yet. So how exactly am I going to take a photo of nothing I can see? Jackass. Do the thing you can't do. Saw her. I didn't have a camera at the time. Nerd. Boom. I win. Get wrecked. Yeah, that's right. I got a sweet photo of you guys together though.
fastest figure contest.
Cutest thing ever. All right. So now we need cleanse and we need a vent. Oh, here. I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah,
maybe it'll buy us some time. All right.
Did you blow out the thing? No, you didn't. Okay, good.
Are you asking me if I blew it out?
Yeah, well, I turned it off.
Oh. Did you blow it? Yeah. Oh.
Ew, no, there's spin on it.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
All right, there's our event. Cool.
There you go.
See? Smudge work.
Flash, come here.
Elba's on the way, dear.
Take a salt picture, and
Oh.
then we're good.
Okay. I'm on it.
There you go. We're good.
Wait.
Perfect game. Let's go.
Nice. New map? No. Maple Lodge has been around for quite a long time. The revised version of Maple. When did they do that? How long ago was that? Was that like a year? Was that? Has it been a year? Maybe. What? Yeah. What's up? Yeah. As long as you. I mean, hey. As long as it's not like going across the street right now. Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. All right. Love you, dude. Thank you, sir. Introduced with last year's Halloween event. Oh, there we go. There we go.
It's always such a good.
Look at that. That was a good maple. What a good little maple.
With your favorite
Here
ghost.
So does Maple not have the dock anymore? It does. I can't get. I can't show you. It does have the dock. It does. Charlene, hello.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Mini flash radio. Oh, what, my child? No, he was just asking if they could do something. All right. I'm now going to probably switch over and do a couple solo games, if that's okay, sir.
All right, Aaron, away. What did you say?
I said I'm going to probably switch over and do a couple solar games.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Here, hold on.
Yeah, hang on 1 second.
Hold on. I know. I'm coming. I'm coming to help. Dislikes the new font. I think there's a lot of people that are a little bit iffy on it. Yeah. Hi, Hyper. Oh, that sound.
There you go. Sometimes it starts to spin. Real fun.
I can't place the block here. Let me do it, damn it.
Can you throw it?
Oh, too much sauce. Oh my god.
Not enough sauce.
What does a tier 3 sub do on Twitch?
Up.
A tier 3 sub for somebody is just
All right,
more, it's
you
just
won't
more
let me pick
support.
it up. It's broken. I'm leaving. That's it. You're
That's
allowed
okay.
upstairs.
Listen, I do appreciate the games though. Thank you for joining, sir.
No problem. Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Appreciate you. Bye. All right. We're going to do some more. We're just going to do some solo stuff. Mr. Song was coming to do the Sunny Meadows and Maple stuff with us. Mysterious Out of the Moon. Woof. Woof. What's up, Zip? Not for me. I don't like it. I don't like it. Thank you, Mr. Song. We're at 55% for anybody that was asking earlier, by the way. 55%. We'll do a blood moon. We'll do a blood moon. What's good? We're chilling, man. How's it going? Grolum, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the sub, friend. Thank you. Donka. All right. We'll do one of these guys. You know what? No. We'll do Nightmare. And then after that, maybe we'll do something a little spicier. Maybe a little bit spicier.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare a
What does that mean? It's a Roman numeral for 14.
No report this time. Be careful. You're going in blind.
All right. Let's do the ting. To the ting. Skull Candy, welcome in. How are you? Flybird, thank you for the subs. Feels empty than last year's event. I think it's just because only certain maps are decorated in any way. That's probably why. Yeah, I heard people earlier talking about that stuff. Yeah, Flybird, thank you, homie. Appreciate it. What do you do if you don't have smudge sticks or pills in order to escape a hunt? Well, if you have to escape a hunt and you don't have some of that stuff, I can show you an example of like what you could do. Now, I'm not, obviously the ghost isn't hunting right now, but I can show you. Cry. So a good example of a place to do that, like let's say here at Willow, Bono Jam, is over here. If the ghost, which a very common place for the ghost to walk is over here, it will hunt and then eventually come over this way. So if you go over here and ghost sees you, you know ghost sees you from there. You see it, it sees you. Then you can duck and then work your way around the truck. Or if you have hiding here, you can hide. But work your way around the truck because now the ghost can't see you when you've ducked behind it. Yeah. Yeah. Are you so good? No, you just get better at the game the more you play it. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the better you get. Boner yam, boner yam. We seenst it. I've heard nothing from Ghost. The Blood Moon ones, it's been literally hit or miss. Pull door. How long are we going today? I mean, not much longer. For a bit, but not a crazy long time. Sundays I usually restrict to a certain point because then I'm hanging with fam after that for the rest of the day. See you, Tesco. Have a good one. Nothing. Literally nothing. I'm proud that you did the makeup on your own. Oh, the Beetlejuice makeup? Thank you. I'm also proud. My wife offered zero help. None. Well, there's no ghost here. This was fun. I had a blast. I don't know about you guys. When voice recognition on console? Probably not going to get it. Unless they decide later to look into that. I know of no timeline for getting that. Great home tour. Yeah, you like that? We're selling it. We are selling Willow for $20. They said on Steam that they'll be adding it. Oh, where did they say it on Steam? Here, let me pull up Steam. That way I can give people correct information. Boo, boop, boo, boop, boo, boo, boop, boo, boo. Did they say it in the last patch notes? Let me find it. Yeah, you're good. You might not be able to post links, Queen. But if you can tell me which one it was in, then I can look and see which patch it was in. What up, B? You can find it with temperature. I know. Someone seems to work. Yeah, if you find it, let me know. Why don't I use tier 1 incense? I prefer it. It doesn't slow down the ghost. I like keeping the ghost the same speed when it's hunting so I can recognize what ghost it is. Yeah. I'm going to do this because I bet my sanity got tanked walking around doing literally nothing. I feel like the updates will be slower since they'll focus on... Well, the updates are going to be slower because... now it has to be approved by multiple platforms. They can't just push a Steam update, right? We've literally heard nothing. Literally heard nothing. Let's drop this in here, drop that in here. Thank you, Fly. No, I'm not playing on Insanity. No. I am playing on Nightmare. The ghost has not interacted with us. What song is it? Freebird. My guess, downstairs, left storage, passive as shit. There's no in-game chat. No, you can still talk to other players. You just can't get your voice recognized by the ghost to do things like Spirit Box and Ouija board and all that jazz. Look at this room. Look at this room. Look at the room. Look at it. One paint can. Okay, now two, dickhole. If you see your breath, is it automatic evidence? No. If you see your breath, you know that it is 5 degrees, is less than 5 degrees inside of that room. That's what that tells you. What you found on Steam somewhere? What do you got? Hit me, dog. Oh, I'll take a look in a second. I got you. Would you relax? Having a good day? I am. How about you? Let me get out of the house so I can take a look and see what you were saying, what you found. Because I swear I was hearing from them that they don't, like, as of right now, they have no plans for voice recognition. This is what I found seen somewhere. I don't know. I don't see anything from you, Queen. What's up, William? Did I miss something? All I see from you is an up arrow. If there's a link on that, it's not being posted. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, what was the name of the update? Says they're working on a solution. Was it a part of the version 11, the Crimson Eye major updates? Was it something else? What up, Nelson? Welcome in, Bruce. Thank you for the follow. Ace, hello. It was posted in July. Well, what was the name of the update, though? Like, the update that you're looking at has a name attached to it with a number? Oh, you got that with your Ranger badge? Nice. GG's. True Gamer, welcome. What's up, yo? There is Makeshift. There's Phasmo for console. There's Eventide hotfix. Phasmo for console? Got it. Someone just fell down the stairs. Let's see. Will console support voice recognition? From day one, the console will support voice chat. You'll be able to chat with your friends, and the ghost will be able to hear you during the hunt. However, the ghost spirit box, Ouija board, monkey paw will not support voice recognition and release. We're working on a solution for this, and we'll update you as soon as anything changes. In the meantime, you have a very easy to use preset text. So they have this, but they say they're working on a solution. But from what I've last heard was that there really wasn't a plan. But I could be wrong, though. Did I look at YouTube chat? No. Mimic's annoying? No, Mimic is amazing. How dare you? But that's, but Queen, they could be looking into it. They might have an idea of what they're going to do. And if so, that's great. Because I think that console players missing out on that aspect of the game really sucks. Not being able to interact with your voice to do Ouija board and to do monkey paw and spirit box and all that stuff. It's stinky. I think it really helps with part of the immersion into the game. I'm sure they want to add it. Oh, I'm sure that they want to add it too. My guess is probably a price issue. Major stinky, yeah. Hopefully they figure something out. That'd be great. That'd be great. Okay, I'm gonna do another one of those. We are going to get parabolic and then take a crucifix. Makes the game scarier? Yeah. Absolutely. So the ghost won't detect your voice during hunts? No, it will detect you. No, what we just read, if you're on console, the ghost can hear you talking. It just doesn't recognize your voice for phrases. So like when I'm on the spirit box and we're saying, where are you? And it's responding. Where are you? Are you here? I might not get spirit box this time. Are you near? That's not even close to what the sounds are now. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Did you move, you piece of crap? Son of a bitch. What was that? An old sound? Somebody's trying to make a funny. Four, five. Yeah, it's. I saw my breath out here. I think it's moved. Technically. Technically. Oh, Mr. Tom, I see your message. Give me a sec. We'll get this guy. We'll bring this guy out here. We'll turn the light off in the hallway. Do this. We check for this. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Nothing. Doesn't mean it's not that. It's just more likely. Oh, we're not going to get writing. It's not going to provide writing as evidence because it shut the book. I believe you're correct. However, all recent social posts have followed the same language as the previews of working on a solution. Okay. Oh my. I feel they'll need to be more direct at this point. I think they just need to be more realistic with a timeline, because telling people we're working on it, what if it's a year and we don't hear about it? And it's like, well, we're working on it. Well, technically, yeah. I mean, when somebody's building a building, they're working on it, but there's a guess. There is a ballpark. We are aiming for this time. They don't usually just be like, so when's it going to get done? We're working on it. Yeah, I think one of the reasons that they don't usually give timelines like that is the fear of not hitting that timeline and getting blasted by the community for giving a false date. I think that they could be a little bit more broad and say, we're trying to hit it in this quarter. You know? You got me, friend. It's a little difficult. Our time zones are very different. Very different. I also work a full-time job, so it's a little difficult. Things go good, we can add it, but we don't have any clue where to put it in the schedule. Yep. Yep. All right. Oh, let me go. Hold on. I didn't move the camera. Son of a... Damn it. Also, when I'm here. Yeah, it's just about availability, things like that. I know I've talked with him before about how just the availability and times and everything like that. But I mean, I'm working 50 plus hours a week at my day job from 7, 8 in the morning till 5 o'clock. And then I come home. And then once I come home, then I'm hanging out with family, working on content, working around the house, all sorts of stuff. Go see. We'll touch streamer when? One of these days, Alice. One of these days. All right, there's no ghost. You son of a bitch. I'm trying to find it. Oh, F you! Did it go back? What is my day job? I am a full-time cinematographer and video editor. I've been a professional video editor for 9 years. Mother effer. Look at you, you jerk. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather be in one room, but still. Not funny. No one's laughing here. Wait a minute. Good Lord. Hi. Hey, how are ya? Getting bullied a little bit. I don't think I've brought a UV in yet, have I? You know what? Just out of the sake of not getting moited, I'm gonna smudge you. Seem to crouch a lot. Does that make a difference? The only thing it makes a difference with is being able to see a little bit better sometimes and being much closer to my equipment to pick it up as I go by. For speed. Yep. That's the main reason. Hey, foreigner, how are you? Yes, my dear. I'm going to pause for a second. I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to pause inside of the truck. So you guys hold. Hold. I'll be right back. Hi, yi, yi. All is well. Just my eldest child trying to freak out the other one. I told him, I said, well, might lose a phone today. That sucks for you. What did the kiddo want? Landon was trying to freak out Izzy. I said, trying to freak out a 6-year-old when no adult is upstairs right now. I said, okay. Got it. Kids causing chaos? No, just being a little jerk. Yep. Kids. Anywho, we're back. Everything's fine. All is well. Hi, yi, yi. Got some jobs ready for you. You're the Phasmo guy. You're the Phasmo guy. Do they play Phasmo? No, they don't. All right, Ghosty's over there. We have... What evidence do I have? What did I get? Did I get anything? Quick! Thank you for the 6 months! You have 6? Oh my god. Did I have dots? No. I don't think I had anything. Did I get dots? We just know that it's no writing. It literally has provided nothing else. Yeah. Nothing else. That's okay. We'll take this guy. We'll take that guy. We'll take this guy. There we go. Yeah, just close the book. Exactly. Don't tell him. No, I'm going to specifically message him and let him know. I'm saying some, you're never going to believe this, dude. Going for a perfect game? Maybe. Shit. So wait. Okay. Where are you?
Far.
I'm triple checking. No, that was a Pulte. That was a Pulte. Maybe we can make it do it again. Nope. It's if it's a mimic, you're gonna have orbs. We don't have orbs anywhere. You guessed it right. Let's go. Explain? Well, we heard multiple things sound like they got tossed at the same time. That is a poltergeist ability. The Pulte can throw multiple things at once. So, once you know that it did that, then you verify by getting your evidence. And then you check for orbs, all the things. So I'm currently giving it a bunch of shite to throw to see if it'll actually do it again. I can't reach it. It's not fair. Okay, I got it open. Now, when the ghost does do the Pulte ability, if you're in line of sight of the pile like this, when it throws things, when it throws more than one object at a time and it uses its ability, you lose 2 sanity for every object that was thrown. So if it throws a pile of 10 things, you lose 20 sanity off of that. So we're currently kind of hoping. I think I have a crucifix sitting on the pile. I do. So hopefully we don't lose our life. The lights are on, but the Pulte can use his ability with the lights on. So we're kind of hopeful. Kind of hopeful. Hope it does. I hope it does too. It's a rash. How was the grinding? The grinding was good. We did it yesterday. Today didn't really grind so much. Just played games. Yep. 50 item Pulte pile. That's right. If you're in line of sight of this pile, you lose your sanity. Yep. It's not going to do it. It's going to wait till we leave. Hey, Shadow. It's going to wait till we leave. I would almost put money on it. Getting the totem photos. I'll get them on my way out. And there's an achievement. Yeah. Pretend to leave. All right. Oh, what photos do I have? All right. Time to hit the old dusty trail. Leaving. See you later. Hey, Cujo, I'm good. How are you? Oh, I couldn't see it. Dude, I thought that was an actual hunt. Oh. I think it was behind the door. I was like, I don't see the ghost. Hello? We were tricking it. It's pissed. F it. We'll go get these. Yeah, these totems really do make a bunch of noise. Honestly, these don't bother me as much as the altar does. The altar that is in the main lobby, not a fan. Not a fan. Yep, the squishy noises, unnecessary. Why did they reduce the number of totems in the maps? Oh, they didn't reduce the number of totems in the maps. They made it so that the bug that was happening where the number of players you played with multiplied how many points it was worth, that they fixed. I don't know why. I guess because they don't want us to get it too fast, I guess. But it was at first what it was where you would take a picture of a totem. If you had 4 players, that photo was worth 4 points. Now you still can only get a max of 6 per map. So I don't really know why it was such a big deal, but I guess they felt the need to fix it. Yeah. They fixed that, but not the other stuff. Yep. Yep. Make you ill. Oh my God. Ryan, thank you for the follow. MD. What's up, Abyss? You're confused about the event? What are you confused about? If the Blood Moon Totem gives you more points for the event than the objectives? I don't know. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate it, man. All right. 25%. Well, I know a way we could solve that. What do you get? Well, what you get is based off of what's on the poster. It tells you what the reward is. See you, Charlene. The stuff has been moved. Oh, did it hit the pile? The reflection of the TV being on is still in the cabinet in the living room of Willow. I bet it is. Yeah. They're probably not gonna fix that, are they? Oh no, wait. Oh wait, no, that is fixed. Look. Oh wait, no, it's not. I was looking too far. Oh, sorry. Oh, here it works as well. Rhodey. Look. Where's the altar? In the lobby. All right. Rob the pictures? No, the ghosty can keep them. No, we're not an animal, for God's sakes. Where's that? Where's what? Where's what? 25. We think it's a Pulte. What mode? Nightmare. Did you get the basement totem? Oh, no, I didn't. That's right. You burst the lights because you suck. Pulte it is, probably. 25? 25. What does the sign mean? What sign? These are very vague questions. You keep falling through the stairs in VR? Oh, that'd be kind of funny. Orthodox, welcome in. Very vague. All right, I'm still sold that it's a Pulte. Where is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So what we can do is we can take this, go back inside. I'm going to take this anyway. It's obviously a mirror. Roger that. Getting tier 2 items takes forever. It could be a little rough. Someone made a sigh. Oh no, that was a ghost event. Ooh, that was a crucifix bite. Num nums. So we stack that. So when it walks into that, We can take 6 photos. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. What does the doll do? The voodoo doll, when you push in one of the pins of the voodoo doll, causes an instant interaction. Oh no, we're fine. It causes an instant interaction and it drains 5% of your sanity. When you push the heart pin in, it causes an instant hunt, and then you lose 10. Yeah. Bez, are you like paid by Zoocosis? I'm just curious. Like, are you like sponsored by them? You make money per sale or something? You hear that? No, thank you. There we go. It hates items? No, it loves them so much that it's throwing them everywhere. That's what it is. Why would you push the hard pin in? You don't get to choose what pin gets pushed in. It's random. And why would you want it to hunt? You want it to hunt so that way you can easily recognize what the ghost is. Some of the ghosts don't give away some of their traits until they're hunting. Or maybe you need to repel the ghost while it's hunting. You can't repel the ghost while it's hunting unless it's hunting. Yeah. Is there a purpose to keep the sanity high or low? Yeah, it just depends on what you're doing. If you don't want the ghost to hunt, you want your sanity to be high. If you want to get 25% sanity checked off and also get the ghost to hunt, make your sanity low. Yep. There's a rhyme and a reason. There's a rhyme and a reason for all the things. For all the things. Basement totem. I'm not sweating to go back down there for a single blood point. Nah.
Job's ready for you.
No. 18. Sweat it to go down there to get 19. Not worth it. Why did I need 6? Because I needed 6 more photos to fill my book. So that way I could get a perfect game. Yeah. Your favorite game, let's go. Hybrid, thank you, dude. What are we at? We are at 56%. 56. 42 of these guys. I've done 3 of these guys. We're working on it. We're getting there, man. We do be getting there. I'm gonna go back to Woodwind to do another one of those. We'll change this one to Pro though, because I don't feel like sweating this one.
Alright,
Gamer Wolf, thank you for gifting to Orthodox.
prepare accordingly before starting the
Thank you, friend.
investigation.
Started today, level 4. Money's so difficult. Well, you just started today. You just started today. This is your first day of playing. It shouldn't be easy. If it was easy, I mean, is there a point in really even doing it? Hey, Phantom, I'm good. How are you? Explain how the spirit box works. I can never hear them. If you're not getting it, it's either... If you're not getting it, it's either A, you don't have a spirit box ghost, or B, you're not close enough to the ghost. Yeah. That would be why. That would be why. Do you get more scared playing with friends or on your own? I mean, when it comes to like the fear of the game, I think it's probably, you're probably going to have more fear as a solo player than you are multiplayer. Thank you, Ham. Appreciate it, dude. For the follows, welcome in. People underestimate how much there is to learn in this game. There is so freaking much, man. So much. All right, I don't see any bonus orbs, so let's work our way through. Cryptic. Dead 97, hello. Got this on PS5 on Halloween, but been watching you for a while now. Hey, I appreciate you. Open. Turn off the lights. I've seen so many new players using the spirit box in the light. Oh yeah, that's extremely important. Tom is 1,000,000% correct. If you are trying to get a spirit box response and you're in a room, Miss Scoozy? Okay. And you're in a room where the light is on, the room light is on, you are not going to get a response. You have to be in the dark. Like if I'm in this room here and I do this, I turn that on and that light is on, I'm not going to get a spirit box response. But if it's a spirit box ghost and that's off, then I can. What are you doing? What? What is the 5? I don't know. You hate this map? I mean, it's definitely not one of my favorites. I gotta be honest. The room boundaries on this map are a bit oof. They're a bit oof. Alrighty, so we got a 5er, So now we know the ghost is over in that area. Sanity's at 91, so we're not sweating that. Scariest map playing alone? Probably Sunny Meadows. You play Phasm waiting to get hunt nice. GG. Alright. Getting the power on. A little more light. Oh, I turned this on. I think that was me. This was me. What is 2000? I think that equates to 20 hybrid. Another EMF 5. You good? Jesus. Oh, it threw his shoe. That's what it was. Was it colder here? Oh, there's ads that played. I didn't even catch them. Didn't even catch them. Freezing does absolutely take forever. Yep. It certainly does. Take this. Take this. There we go. Do I know what Blair is? I'm very well aware of what that is. Yeah, can't say I do much Roblox horror. Oh, we have writing. It also touched. There it is, right there. We have writing, we have ultraviolet. It's a miling. Escape, witness a ghost event, and parabolic. All right. I'll put you in here for now. Spicy. I know. Waiting for freezing is I would very highly suggest if you even think you might get a freezing ghost to if it's tier 1 to leave the thermometer in the room. If it's tier 2, tier 3, I would wait a little bit before even checking. Honestly, I would wait a little bit. Yeah, waiting for that is a massive pain in the tush. That is correct. Correct. We need an event. We need that. We need that. Sanity's at 84. That's fine. Didn't get the noti. I mean, I've got notifications to go out in Discord. They go out on Twitch. They go out on all the platforms. Yeah. Pick your poison. Come on, Ghosty. Give me a whisper. Thank you, song. There we go. Ads are done. You didn't miss anything. You don't have to at me, Fez. I can see your message. Adding me doesn't do anything. Have I played Hell? No, I don't. No, I haven't. I don't have any interest in it. Goose, welcome back. There we go. Damn. 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 All right, we got the whisper. We need to escape an event. I do have a thing. We do have a thing. Do we have a hiding by chance? What evidence do we got? We got a myling. Okay, well, I can hide here, I guess. Have I seen the Slender Man? Yeah, a few times. Just a few. Just a few couple. All right, I'm gonna do that, but for safety's sake, I'm gonna put a crucifix at my feet. Just to be sure. Do I have another crucifix in here by chance, or did I just have the one? Feeling lucky with the hanged man? I don't know, man. We don't get the hanged man very often here. Not very often. Oh, it's interacting with a lot of stuff. Myling footsteps are quiet. That is correct. Absolutely. All right, got another smudge. Got this. We just need to escape. Question? Answer. Today we're gonna get it? I'm not convinced. I'm not sold. Hermit the Kermit. Hermit the Kermit. Yeah. Hey, Tran, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. How was your stream? Here's my sanity. Probably gonna hunt. I don't want to waste cards. So we're going to wait. What does a hermit do? It traps the ghost in its room for 60 seconds. What I didn't want to do is pull the cards while it started hunting, because if it did, it would turn into a full card and it would be wasted. I have 0 sanity right now. Prefer to start with the UV, EMF, and the camera than the thermo. Is that bad? No. No, that's all preference. All preference. What you start with when you come out of the truck is completely up to you. Got killed by a demon on my street. Hey, let's go. Listen. You're nothing. There he is. Damn. You're so quiet. There we go. Damn. Damn. Not playing with viewer skull. Hi. Oh, where am I going? It's right there. You bitch. Tower. Yikes. I want to save my smudge. Pull? No, that command doesn't work in here, Skull. Yeah, typing pull doesn't make the cards pull. Sorry, man. Make sure it hits. Yeah, there we go. I want to make sure that it actually hit. All right, let's go get more smudgies. I'm a beginner. What could I do? Should I watch your videos? I mean, it's up to you, friend. I have a lot of different types of videos. Whether it's helpful, whether it's funny, whether it's just pure entertainment, or whether it's actually like some sort of tip or trick. Tons of different stuff, friend. Holty, no. Are you saying something different about the ghost? They're most common? Got it. Sinister. Thank you for the gifted, friend. 4 times back to back. Dude, so much. So much. Okay. Let's turn that back on. Put that back on. Oh, chuck my smudge. There we go. Full sanity. Ooh. Okay. Tower. Useless. Can't even see you. Completely invisible. 100%. 100% invisible. What a jerk. Absolute jerk face. Rude. Very rude. No, that command doesn't work either, Skull. Sorry. Yeah. All right, do this. I'm going to take that, drop that there. We're at 99. 99. What does the tower mean? Well, it used to cause an instant interaction and cause interactions to increase for a certain amount of time. That has since changed. All right, we'll do right here by this one. There we go. I have all the objectives, yes? Yes. I am rad, yeah. There's all that. Hey, can you do one more interaction, please? Did I get the bone? Oh, I don't think I did. We do a little bone search real fast. No? Let's go look for a bone. Let's go look for a bone because that'll be our last photo. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Might be back here. I just didn't look. Hey, don't follow me, nerd. Why do many pictures? Many pictures make much money. Nothing. Oh, look, the bear. Nothing. Maybe the bone is in the pooper. Why use many word when fueled? Exactly. I've already been here though. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. Many picture, many money, much money, many money, much. Where's the bone? I don't know where it is. You know, I found one inside of one of the cornholes one time. I was looking for the bone everywhere and I couldn't find it. Looked inside there. It was just sitting there. Legit, just inside the hole. Rad, I'm not going to have any clue unless I go back to the lobby, friend. Yeah, I don't exactly keep note of what level I'm on and how much money I have each game. Because you'd have to go to the item screen to see how much money you have. And level-wise, I just pay attention to what prestige, not the actual level itself. TJ, you got me, friend. I don't run anything, so it's all automatic. Now the bone's playing hide and seek. It is. Bone. Wasn't the bone under the sink? I didn't see anything, but I can take a look. Hey, what's up, Kale? As of right now, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. Shush. Watch, it's going to be in one of these stupid leaf piles. Do I swear? Yes. Oh, you saw a toothbrush. Negative. You saw a toothbrush. You thought that that was the bone. My favorite update. Dude, am I being interviewed right now? Fucking, I would have dressed up if I would have known this. My favorite interview. My favorite update. It's hard to say. I really liked when the Cursed Possession update came out. I don't know, like Cursed Possession, Nightmare update. Those were some peak Phasmo days. And how old are you? What street did you grow up on? Hey, what's your dog's name by chance? You swear not as much as others? Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for me to be cursing up a storm. I don't think that provides anything at all. Outside of the red tent. Oh. Did you spot something? You know what? It's actually not a bad idea to hit the tent flaps because we might find it behind one of the doors. It's a good point. You never know. Hey, Wolfman, how are you, dude? Nothing. You son of a bitch. Whatever. Get me out. It's always a hand. Yeah. I don't need a hand. I'm not out of hand. Shut up. I hate it here. Ew. Nice. Get me away. Get me away. Give me a wee. Son of a bitch. All right. We're at 43 on the Ranger Challenge now. Nice. Meant to DM you to chat video image editing when you're over here streaming. Damn it. Well, wait, did you message me and I didn't respond, Kill? I'll make sure after stream to check. Did I like playing Rocket League? When I played, yeah. Yeah. It got very repetitive, very boring. It just became about nothing except let's sell you a new car. I wasn't into the competitive aspect. I stopped playing. Yep, I enjoyed horror, but I was really afraid to do a shift over to doing horror content. And I just one day said, F it, man, I'm doing it. So here we are. Did I get Phasmo when it first came out? I did. It was within like a month of when it came out. I got it and I played a little bit, but I didn't consistently play for like a year after, I think. Yep. What other games? Variety horror. So a bunch of different horror. We do other random stuff too, like Lockdown Protocol and other things like that. Yeah. We're close. I mean, define close. We're just a little over halfway. I wouldn't say we're close, but we're getting there. I am not worried about this at all. I am not thinking about this at all. Yeah. When are we playing Friday the 13th again? Well, I mean, the next actual Friday the 13th is in December. Panicore, I'm probably going to play that at some point. I have played Labyrinthine. Do I miss the old Halloween update? No, I want different ones. I don't want the same stuff over and over again. No. Pretty much gotten 55% on tier 2 in 3 days when it took 5 days to do tier 1. Yeah. Well, I mean, the first day of tier 1, we also had one platform. So that's what made it a little bit more difficult. Almost have the Ranger. I know. We're getting close. I don't want to get this, though. I want to wait to get this until I can get this at relatively the same time. So we'll see. Do blood. No, Skull. Those commands don't work here. I keep trying to tell you. We're at a good pace. I think it's fine. I wouldn't stress it, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But people are asking my level, prestige 1486, money 72,000. I don't ever think about this. I never, ever think of this. Ever. Unless somebody asks. The only time I ever actually look at this is when somebody's like, hey, how much money do you have? I don't pay attention to it. You finished the study of metas one? Nice. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it, man. Oh, how easy is the Ranger badge? I mean, they're relatively easy because you can do all of these on Friendly Ghost if you want. As long as you're okay with the multiplier being lower, you can play these on whatever game mode you want. As long as you are getting the ghost correct and leaving alive, it goes up by 1. That's all that matters. Ever died? Yeah. Lots, tons. Absolutely. Money's not relevant unless you just prestige, right? Or unless you get got all the time. Then yeah, then I guess money's gonna really matter at that point. Is it harder to play on Friendly Ghost? Well, you can't rely on a hunt. If you're playing on Friendly Ghost and you get all of your evidence, it's fine. If you're trying to do some weird, like, no evidence Friendly Ghost challenge, then you're going to struggle because the ghost can't hunt to give you information. Blood Moon event is temporary, correct. Yeah, the Blood Moon event is just... Well, no. The event, the Halloween event is temporary. The Blood Moon weather type will be permanent once we get this done. Yeah. I can risk my life and play it again. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking to Siraj. I got it. Yeah, the event board's staying around for sure. I like this a lot. I think the event board is an awesome idea to show information that was not shown before. This was not here. These were not here. They were in the game, but you had no way of knowing how to get them unless you talked to somebody that played the game before or you went to their Discord. Break, when do you stream again? By chance? I'm just curious. Tomorrow? Oh, what time? For a friend. Thank you, Trippy. Exactly. For a friend. Just curious. Do I have a guide on all the... I don't have a guide that's just like a here's all the ghost guide. I have a lot of different videos about the different ghosts. A lot of short form, a lot of long form, all the above. I'll go then, Supply. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for stars. Thank you for sticking around, being around. Fart train, you shut your lips. Shut your damn lips. All right, let's go to Grafton. How was stream? Stream was good. Chat was less feral than they have been the past couple nights. Just a little bit.
All right, we're here.
Just a little bit.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Just shut your lips, a blurb. I don't know. There's a high probability.
The possible ghost sighting.
Less dairy. You don't tell me how to live my life. I'm me for a reason. Thank you, Carrier. God damn it. Oh, the mirror. That's... Son of a bitch. It's not that cold. Maybe it is. Okay. I have this start of Crazy Train as my dono alert. Damn thing confuses me every time. Oh, man. That's so funny. That's so good. All right. Give me you. Give me you. Oh, my. Oh, my. We might have an EMF 5. Very possible. You know the thing I told you about? Might have created more. Oh, Blondie, what do you mean? Why can't it always be a Moroi? Because it's a 1 in 24 chance? And odds don't work that way, usually? I think. I don't know. You and Jade have a war going? Wait, a war going on? With what? With, oh my God, don't you dare. Jade, don't, no. Don't jump in on this. No. Is this a Mare Moroi war? So many candles, it's burning down, I know. All right, we have orbs. Apparently the ghost is hanging over top of the foyer. Ah, okay. Understood. Understood. I'm not playing with viewers, King. Does the sub only last 1 month? Correct. Yeah, if you get a sub on Twitch, if you're gifted a sub, it lasts for 30 days. Yeah, 16th and 17th. 16th and 17th of this month will be longer streams, and part of those streams will be viewer games. Just waiting to see if we get possible dots for a second. Hey, Turtle, what's up, dude? Nothing. All right, let's go. It's got to be that. Okay. I'm playing on professional, right? So dots are ultraviolet. All right. What is the highest level? Prestige 20, level 9,999. Nobody is that level. Nobody. Pixel Man. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? You were eventing? God damn it. It's an Obake. Are those small footsies? Oh no, is this the child? Fuck. It's the kid. How much your level? Much, many, yeah. But it is an Obake, which means it would shapeshift into another ghosty. 25% in a scape. 25% in a scape. How do you farm levels? You play very high multipliers and you get the games done very quickly. I didn't grab a lighter. Some bitch. Saw someone in Prestige 20. Yeah, I was playing with Mary yesterday. It was Prestige 20. Yeah. Child got corrupted by TikTok. Oh my God. That in there. We'll get one of those in there. Get one of those in there. Get one of those. One of these. One of those. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's see. Let's see here. Ah, that's embarrassing. All right, well, I'll just DM him. Everything good? Oh, no, everything's good. I'm just letting a streamer know that one of their viewers is trying to go around self-promoing in other chats. And it's just, I'm sure that they would like to know that because it's a really shitty thing to do to somebody. Because it looks bad on the streamer, not on the viewer. Yeah, I could give a shit about the viewer doing it. I care more about the streamer that's going to look bad because of them. Yep. So, just letting them know. Hey, this person's doing this. You might want to give them a warning. Yep. Hey, floating. What's up, dude? Right, let's go find the juice. Cut your hand. Sirash, can you please stop hurting yourself? Please? What happened? Oh, no, it's all good. No, it's all good. I went to go message them. Unfortunately, they've apparently turned off any ability for you to contact them unless you're following them. So unfortunately, they're just going to have more people doing it. You can't whisper them. You can't message them unless you're following. Yikes. Yikes. Juice is here. You're good at the game? That's awesome. We're not playing with viewers. Another hand. Ghosty, we know. We get it, dude. Do you lose sanity while in front of the house? No, you only lose sanity while in the house. Yeah, while in the house. I'm terrible at the game. Can I play? Well, of course. Duh. Yeah, if I'm ever playing with viewers, it'll always be in my title. Most people that are streaming, if they're playing with viewers, it'll be in their title. It's very unlikely that they're streaming and then someone's like, hey, can I play? And they're like, yeah, sure. What do you stream? No, Juju, I'm not talking about you. This. There is no rarest ghost in the game. It's all an equal chance 1 of 24 for everybody. I don't need a photo of you, right? No. Why don't I play in VR? Why do you play in VR? That's the real question here. Poopy totem. Hi, child. I don't care. We'll get 2 totems. 9 salt trick picks still work? Yeah, I mean, it's not a trick. It's just part of the game. It's part of the game. All right, so we have Smudge. go get more. Let's go get more. That guy. I'm going to drain my sanity with the mirror. I think that's the move. I think that's the move. Why do you have to have a verified account on Twitch? You mean to talk on Twitch? Don't you just need like a verified like email? Or am I crazy? B-Town, what's up, dude? How are you, homie? Am I crazy, or is the requirement, because it's like auto mod settings. Just need to put your phone numbers in. Oh, yeah, so it's just your phone number. Okay, yeah, that doesn't seem too crazy. Why is the sky blue? Phone or email, yeah. If you have no access to either one, but you're able to go on different platforms and talk and whatnot, I think that's I think that's why they have limitations with certain auto mod settings, because if you're unable to link one of those two things, there's a good chance that it's a bot account. So that's how they can limit it. Look at that. We got all the smoothies. All of them. Those crazy ones. Okay. So Ghosty's gonna hunt. I wonder if I can outlast. I'm not gonna make a cursed hunt. How about that? Oh, that's right. You burst the lights on me, you little bastard. Those there. Got a few smudgies on hand. Yeah. So we'll drain 20, 40. Never mind. Whoops. Hey! Oh, we just saw it. You how could you? I couldn't hear what direction the ghost was coming from because of that. God damn it. How could you? I know that was you, Rafa. I know it. No shit, it was Blondie. God damn. That's all I could hear. I was trying to tell what direction this stupid thing was coming from. Yeah, damn it. Oh, chaos. Absolute chaos. Fire! Thank you for the 3 months. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, we did get everything. Did I? Okay, we're just leaving. What a great sound to have. Well, yeah, I know. Someone enters the stream for the first time, and what do they hear?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
This goo, followed by that goo, all the goos. Here we go. We got 18 blood points. Nice. Thank you. God damn. All right. I'm not going anywhere just yet, but I am going to end things on some other places for now, because that'll probably be the last one for the day. But I appreciate you, friends. Thank you for the fart train, I guess. You sons of bitches. I never asked, but can you please approve it? You will not regret it. Oh, there's another one to approve. All right. I like that they have to get approved. God. Oh, I saw the name. I saw the name. A few days ago, you played on Prison. You had Phantom. Can you explain the difference between Wraith, Banshee, and Phantom? So the difference between those ghosts, the difference between a Wraith and the other two, a Phantom and a Banshee, is that the Wraith teleports while the Banshee and the Phantom will stalk their prey. So you can be anywhere on the map. It does not matter where you are. And the Wraith can teleport directly to you. It doesn't matter where you are. A Phantom can stalk you anywhere, meaning it has to walk all the way to you, not just teleport into a room that you're in. Now, the difference between a Banshee and a Phantom is that a Banshee can only stalk its target if it's on the same floor, or if the Banshee's favorite room is basement or attic, and then it stalks to the main floor. So like a good example of that would be Bleasdale attic. Let's say that that's the Banshee's favorite room, then it could stalk to the floor right below. That's the big difference. And also when they're hunting, the Phantom is way less visible. So in other words, it's really hard to see. Really, really hard to see. Fiery Fox, thank you for the subs. Gonna go game. PS5, enjoy, dude. Have a good one. Have a good one. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm not going to do it today. But I do have another PS5 code to give away because someone that got it, that won, was going to give it away to their friend, but their friend can't use it. So they said, if you want to take it back and maybe re-roll it, then you can. So I'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do a PS5 console code giveaway. Yeah. Freaking coach. She was on the front, dude. She was on the front page today, kicking ass. Doing the dibbidies. Celebrating the partnerversary, all that jazz. Tomorrow's someone's birthday. Who could it be? Let me see what our numbers are at, by the way. We're at 57% for anybody that's curious. 57. Mask, welcome in, dude. All right. All right, let me get out of the goo game. Here's December 3rd. Mine's in December as well. No, December. It's not my birthday. Say it's not mine. I know you ain't talking to me. December as well. Nice. No, I see. I think every year what I do for birthday and all that stuff, I usually birthday is more on the chill side, as in there's not a lot of planned whatnot stuff. I'll stream, have a birthday stream, but it's more of a chill sesh. And then partnerversary is more of a planned thing. Yeah. Point Hope is fun but scary. I like Point Hope. I really hate that I keep getting ghosts all the way at the top of the damn thing. I think that's what ruins it for me. December 18th. No, that's my birthday. You can't have that. That's not allowed. Ran a bunch and now you're 27 to 50. Nice. What will I do on the birthday stream? Probably just play games like we normally do. It might be a little bit longer, but nothing crazy. Had a longer. So I take it. It's mine. It's mine. I need to figure out the partnerversary date. I mean, I have time, but I need to figure out the exact day that we want to do that, because technically speaking, my partnerversary is the day after Christmas. So I don't remember what day I was going to plan it on. I'll have to look. Do 24 hours. No. Kill, don't you make promises that nobody's going to keep. No. You don't say that. Rookies having birthday exactly half a year Christmas just like me. No, listen, man. Wasn't my choice. I had to deal with the backlash of having a birthday where here's your birthday Christmas present. I had to deal with that shit. Drinking stream? No, probably not. I don't drink that much, man. Not really that much. It's very far and in between. I will at a bar, hanging out with friends and stuff. Like I will, but I usually don't go out of the way to do it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Golden? When am I playing? Well, I've been playing for the past roughly 4 hours. But I stream next tomorrow for more gameplay. Drinking that soda? No, we only drink those sodas when we hit that goal. And it's not even a guarantee of hitting that soda. I mean, of drinking the sodas. So how you feel about that? Combined presents suck unless you're getting something big. Yeah. It's sort of like I put my name on it too kind of thing. Celebrate our half birthday instead. That's the way to do it. Yeah, I don't, you know what? It makes me want to check. I feel like I put the dates on Twitch and I want to see when I put mustard soda. No. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate you, friends. Appreciate you, friends. A lot of people doing half birthdays. Interesting. No, thank you, Break. Always good to see you, homie. Are there any new bad flavor? No, the ones that I have, we've had all of them at least once before. I think like bacon, peanut butter and jelly, enchilada. Yeah. Black olive. They're all there. No, I appreciate you guys. Stick around. We'll go raid someone. I'm just trying to find information. Jones or somebody used to have a Thanksgiving soda set. Did they really? I'll have to look it up. Juju, thank you, friend. Thank you, Ruffa. All right. I don't remember where this information gets placed. Turkey soda. I don't remember where I changed this. Clip settings, permissions, raids, channel, stream events. Oh, there it is. I found it. I think I had changed it for this year for the actual on-stream celebration date, because the 26th is on a Thursday and I don't normally stream on Thursdays. I made it so as of right now, the partnerversary is next month. It's going to be on the 28th. I don't know about green bean casserole soda, but dude, I love green bean casserole. That's delish. Also never thank the person who gave the sub. Thank you, person. Oh, Nuka, what's up, dude? If you check your notifications, you can see who gifted you. Yeah. So my birthday's on the 18th, which is a Wednesday. So I stream normally that time anyway. And then on the 28th, this is all December. On the 28th, I think is when we'll do the partnerversary. Haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, but we'll figure it out. The 28th is a Saturday. This is correct. These are facts. Thanksgiving's coming up. I'll be making a ton of green bean casserole. Oh, man. It's so good. It's delish. It's delish. Yeah, it's on the weekend, so I figured that'd probably be a good time. I could always do it on the 29th and do it on the Sunday if I need to. Yeah. Streaming on a Saturday? I would never. Off work for 3 weeks, starting on the 16th. Nice. Very nice. What? Yeah. Are we going to talk about yesterday? What about yesterday? What about it? How much will it cost to get you to do it on a Monday? Mr. Kill, we'll see. Shut up, Siraj. It is a very rare occurrence. How dare you? How dare you? I mean, the Monday is the 30th. That is definitely possible. Yeah, I'll have to talk to the missus and see what the best time is for her. Yeah. All right, let me go find our raid target. Let me go find our raid target. The shut up Siraj counter. Listen, dude, listen. Doing on a work day, not on a weekend day. Listen, I'm getting yelled at from both directions. Stop. Relax yourselves. Just got the No Evidence Weekly done for the first time. Let's go. You only have to worry about the Apocalypse one this week. Do we need a Siraj command? We already have one. We already have one. Yeah, Orthodox. Yeah, I normally end closer to like 4 p.m. my time. Went an hour later just to hang out some more. Get some more games in. Lots of people hanging out today. But I'm going to be live again tomorrow. So tomorrow we have the weekly. So I'm pretty sure it's the Apocalypse weekly. So that should be interesting to watch people do. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll do our damnedest, yeah? I don't remember what map it's on either. It might be on if it's on a Blood Moon map, this is going to be spicy. Super spicy. Damn, Kill. Sit down, kiddo. I like it. I like it. All right, guys. If you are a follower, the first one's you. If you are a sub, the second one's you. And my creepy little tier 3s, that is for you. Oh, is it actually on Sunny? Okay, then we don't have to worry about the Blood Moon. But you do have to worry about Apocalypse. Yeah, ×1 multiplier for completing Apocalypse. Correct. That is correct. Should be a blast. Yikes. Absolute yikes. It is the 3rd day of the month. It is the 3rd day of the month. And we are a 5th of the way to the goal for the month already. Already a 5th of the way there. Sheesh. Sheesh. Siraj, thank you for gifting us up to Jade. Thank you, friend. Hal, we're good, friend. How are you? It's wild. We're already in November. I know. October kind of flew by, man. October flew. All right. If you're on PlayStation, don't forget that tomorrow I'm going to give away one last PlayStation code for Phasmo because we just so happen to have an extra. So I'll do that tomorrow. I might do it right at the beginning of stream. Probably first thing. Do we know if the updated Blood Moon ID card is animated? I feel like stage 2 completed will be. Because I think on the stage 2 it says upgraded card. So I can only assume that means that it's going to be animated. We can only assume. So as soon as we get done stage 2, we'll find out. I think it's like 55, 56% done right now. Hope it is. I think it will be. Yep. And then stage 3, you get the trophy and the permanent Blood Moon weather to choose. Almost 60. Okay. Sweetness. Hey, thank you for the follow. All right. We are going to Mr. Brotator Cheap himself. Mr. Brotator Cheap. One of my absolute homies. Absolute homies on Twitch. Tater's my dude, man. He's my dude. But Tater streams roughly this time every week because he does the weekly on Sundays. I do it on Mondays. He does it on Sundays. So him, Chinga, there's a bunch of peeps that we can see a little bit early. Yeah. Love the Tater. Yeah, make sure you guys are checking out the rest of Midnight Society like Mr. Kill. Like Mr. Kill himself. But thank you guys, man. There's been a lot of peeps recently. There's been a lot of people coming over to Phaz, a lot of people on Twitch that are checking out Phaz, maybe for the first time, or maybe they're coming back to it after a long extended vacation. And it's great to see. I'm seeing a lot of people, not just on Twitch, but on YouTube and TikTok and everywhere. So yeah, man, we're going to keep rolling with it. We're going to keep trying to help as many people as we can. And yeah, all the things, man. All the things. Again, 16th and 17th, I'll be doing some community games. And then, yeah, this month, if we reach our goal, I will dress up as the Grinch near Christmas. Yeah. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow for our weekly and for more shenanigans. Bye. Peace.